radio station. Yeah, we're the only research radio station in the world. Oh yeah, without a doubt, baby. Our goal is to modify our behavior. Our goal is to modify our behavior. So we better individuals, better citizens, better family members. We put it in practice over here at 95.7 The Boss. So we encourage you to do something. No, we demand that you do something positive today that indicate that you love yourself. Yeah, I want you got to do something. We demand that you do something positive that indicate that you love yourself. So you see, I got my throwback jersey on from college. Oh yeah, I'm loving myself today. I'm having a flashback. I'm having a flashback today. I got my college jersey on. Oh yeah, I'm ready for anybody. I got my college jersey on. I used to kill people in this jersey. All conference, all district. To dunk on mugs, without a doubt. So usually I hang out with my grandkids on Love Yourself Thursday because sometimes you need some unconditional love. See, grandkids, all they want to do is eat, play, and sleep. I can do all three of them. Without a doubt, I can do all three of them. Eat, sleep, and play. Without a doubt. So on this Love Yourself Thursday, I'm pulling up on my grandkids and I'm trying to go to the park. It's going to be a nice day today to go to the park. What's up, Jay? Keys. I'm trying to go to the park today. We had rebrand the show. Oh yeah, we're gonna drop some new music pretty soon. I've been busy, man. But I'm coming out with a new theme song, not thong. Uh-oh. About to get in trouble. A new theme song. I know y'all heard thong. Sometimes I be having a problem with the English language. So we're not called the Boss Morning Show no more because we take words literally because we God and goddesses. So we're not mourning. Condolence to anyone that is mourning this morning. Well, this grand rising. So our show now is called the Boss Grand Rising Show. So I got to get used to it myself. So I might mess up every once in a while, but we're the Boss Grand Rising. Yeah, we rebranding everything. Like I said, we're a research radio station, and I know, and so it starts with the words too, because whatever man thinketh, so he or she, and your words can manifest because we gods and goddesses, and so sometimes men have a bad hair day, and I'm doing my hair. If you see me on social media, sometimes men we do have bad hair days. Ladies, give us some bathroom time. Give us some bathroom time, ladies. We need to do our hair too. Shouts out to the bald hair dudes. They need some bathroom time too. They got beards. They got hair. They got hair too. Went to a press conference yesterday. I'm trying to come in a little light, little humorous this morning on your Love Yourself Thursday. But I do want you to be purposeful in loving yourself today because we cannot love anyone else unless you love yourself. You can't. You can't love anyone else unless you love yourself. So we put it in practice because sometimes people give and give and give, and people take and take and take, and they take us for granted. Hold on a second. I think I got the elder coming through. Brother Love, are you coming through or something? Yep. Yeah, you ready now? You can come now. 3568 Dodge Street. Yes, come in the north door. Okay, I know you got your top security now. All right. Talk to you a little bit. Yep, 3568 Dodge Street. Call me when you get outside. I'll come open the door for you. Yes, sir. Bye. See, we do real radio. Preston Love is going to be coming through, running for U.S. Senate. He'll be coming through. We'll be coming, talking about some politics, y'all. It is political season. Um, so we got to get activated. But I went to a press conference last night, and um, I got a lot of different emotions. I've been saying all year long that the black man, the black boy, is the most endangered species here in Omaha. Since Omaha World Herald dropped the news that we're the only city in America where the incarceration rate has gone up for the last almost 15 years for black boys and black men. This the only city in America. We feel like we in an experiment or something. I told y'all that's why we do what we do, because we are in an experiment. And I'm tired of seeing mothers crying because their sons are no longer here. See, I lost two brothers. And see, this is what we do. See, I might be ghetto, but I come from the ghetto. I come from North Omaha, just like y'all come from wherever y'all come from. Ghetto means the city which you in. Nothing wrong with, but I am a diplomat too, because I go to Washington, D.C. and lobby. So on this Love Yourself Thursday, be purposeful, because God is coming. Well, God is here, and his wife is Mother Nature. And they visiting people right now. They visiting people right now. America, I'm trying to um, stay on the honey side, because I do like vinegar. I do like some vinegar. Don't get mad at me because I like some vinegar. But I'm gonna give you some honey this morning, and so I want to play this message from Farrakhan. And for you guys that don't know him, welcome to the Terror Dome. Omaha, the Burbs, the Bluffs. We got my man Preston Love coming in soon. But in the meantime, I want you to listen to Minister Farrakhan. My mother taught me about God. Um, the first time I actually felt God, that I knew he or she was real, was at the Million Man March, October 16th, 1995. And we coming up on their anniversary again. Next mission is to see God. I'm not trying to see him yet, though. That's why I'm working on my God skills. I encourage you to work on your God skills. So we're very purposeful over here, without a doubt. Hurt people. And the common denominator, reason why we hurt each other, is because we don't love self. And that's why we call it Love Yourself Thursday. We put it in practice on loving yourself. We encourage you. We demand that you do something positive indicate that you love yourself. I don't care if it's get some extra sleep, smoking a cigar, you don't do it too much, everything in moderation. If you drink too much water, you'll drown. So everything in moderation. If you're going to get you that little extra piece of pie, go get that extra piece of pie. The day is Love Yourself Thursday. So whatever makes you happy, on the positive side, get it done. We can't love anyone else unless we love ourselves. So let's practice loving ourselves so we have the potential of loving others. Remember, hurt people hurt people. Without a doubt, baby. You listen to 95.7 The Boss. I went to a press conference yesterday. Very emotional. Went to the 360 after that. Very emotional. The black boy and the black man is the most endangered species here in Omaha. I got the stats from birth. Our children are dying 2 to 3 times higher than everyone else as far as immortality rates. We can't even make it out the womb, and we're dying. 43% of our children in foster care. Everything on the high end, we got it. If you live in certain zip codes, you dying 10 to 15 years earlier than everyone else in Omaha. 68111, 68131, 68104, 68111. We dying 10 to 15 years earlier than anyone else in this community. Why? Are we in an experiment? Less than 30 days, 2 black men dead. Right now, I think that the police got more kills than we got kills of each other this month. But it was a warning at the 360, and even a roach will defend itself. Even a warthog, in a month's lions, tigers, and bears is going to try to come back. Even an antelope is going to try to come back amongst wolves to say they're young against all odds. And it was a cry from the crowd that if they continue killing of black men, is going to reciprocate a war. Now, I tell everybody, greatness comes from Omaha. And if the world's going to change, it's going to change here in Omaha. I cried out to the ministers. Oh, yeah, I cried out to the ministers. I go in character, say that I'm the top minister, but I didn't go to theology school. I'm gonna put it on them. Even though on revenue hope, the only hope you got, I'm gonna give it to the people that went to theology school. I'm gonna see what they gonna do, how they gonna step up. See, this is where God come in the picture. See, I'm a king. Oh yeah, the descendant of Martin Luther King. I'm tired of seeing our black boys, our black men in positions where they dying, or mothers crying, or they don't have the bail to get out of jail. Take a listen to this, y'all. I gotta give y'all some God this morning because I need some God myself. Boss with me.
They were dancing. They were popping their feet. They were getting all down. Cheap Productions. And the rain kept coming.
95.7 The Boss. Talk to him, Farrakhan. Oh yeah, Love Yourself Thursday. I love my Omaha. Boss with me.
They were getting all down when the rains came. And the book said it killed them all. And it even repented him that he had made a man like that. And then he said, as it was, the days of Noah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. Remember what I said on that wicked and adulterous generation, Jonah, huh? We'll get there in a second. In the book of Genesis, 3 men met with Abraham in the plains of Mamre. One of them was the Lord. Abraham recognized him and said, Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, pass not away from me. Sarah, fix him some food. He may be hungry. Sit down, Lord, and rest yourself. But the Lord came to put down some business. And he said, Abraham, I'm sending these angels down to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And they kill everything but Lot and the members of his family. Abraham was hurt by the judgment of God. And he questioned God's judgment. And he said, well, would you destroy the righteous along with the wicked? God knew Abraham didn't understand. So he said, Abraham, if you can find 50, I will save the city. But meanwhile, they just go down into Sodom and get ready to take care of business. Abraham couldn't find 50, he couldn't find 40, he couldn't find 30, he couldn't find 20. Meanwhile, the angels were living in Lot's house. But the men of Sodom were doing something that no man had ever done before them. What was that? Oh, the Quran says they were looking at men with lust in their heart as they should a female. And that conduct was abominable in the sight of God. See, pastors. The standard of God under a bushel basket and preach for the sake of money and leave the standard of God alone. You have to bring the standard of God out from under the bushel basket and put it up high so that the people will see how far off they are. So that when God starts chastising them, they'll know exactly why they did what. The people of Lot came to Lot's house. They knocked on the door. What you want? We want them fine-looking men you got up in there. I said, wait a minute. Here's my 2 daughters. Look at them. They're beautiful girls. We don't want your daughters. Mr. Levine, is that what it is? Levin or Levine. Usually it has an E on the end of it if it's Levine. But whatever it is, he knows who I'm talking to. You call me homophobic. He's anti-gay. What would you say if Lot came back? What would you say if Abraham, whom you claim to be your father, if he came back? What would you say? Would you call Abraham homophobic? Talk back to me. I love gay people. I love every one of my brothers and sisters. I don't care what sin is, because I got circumstance of sin, and there ain't nobody in here holy. Where's the Holy One? Stand up! Everybody better sit down. You ain't holy, brother. You better sit down. The Bible say all our righteousness is like filthy rags with God. All of us have fallen short of the glory of God. Ain't none of us that don't stand in need of God's mercy. None of us. So I'm not throwing off on those who have that particular problem. Because we all got a problem we got to deal with. I got to put it on you. And you know why I got to put it on you? Because I love you. I love you. And I want us to escape God's wrath and the way out. I'm going to tell you the way out so we can get out. Switzerland can get out too. You can get out. Clinton can get out. Everybody can get out.
95.7 The Boss.
But you got a window of opportunity in this closing.
Oh, yeah, it's closing, though.
I'm almost there. Abraham couldn't find 30, couldn't find 20, couldn't find 10. God
Where they at? Where they at?
See if you can find one. Abraham came back and said, I couldn't find one. Meanwhile, the angels told Lot, take your family, get out, and don't look back. That's right. And when Abraham was convinced that the judgment of God was true, the Bible said on that very day, fire and brimstone fell in Sodom and Gomorrah. And the Bible says, as it was in the days of Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. Oh, beloved family, I've got just about a few more minutes. I can't take too much more time. But beloved family, Selma, I'm just filled. I'm full because of what I've experienced while being here, the beauty of this people, and the sadness of your condition, and the hypocrisy of those in leadership who would dare tell you that things are better while they're manipulating every day to rob you of the power of your vote so that they can stay in power for life and still lead you and teach you and have control over you while they themselves have not repented of the evil of yesterday as well as the evil of today. As it was in the days of Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. Two more pictures I'm going to give you, and one, of course, is Pharaoh. And that's very close to our hearts. Because I don't ever hear white folks saying, go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Why don't you let my people go?
95.7 The Boss, baby. Boss with me on this Come Yourself Thursday.
I know they ain't in no Egypt land, but you in a modern Egypt, under a modern Pharaoh that's had us in bondage over 400 years. And they have a conspiracy, like the old Pharaoh, kill all the male children. And spare the female. They don't want you connecting to Africa. They don't want you connecting with no power but them. And they want to determine who your friends are. So every black man that you've had that went outside of America to find a friend over there, they were maligned by the press and called sellouts of black people. You know I'm right. They did that to W.E.B. Du Bois. They did that to Marcus Garvey. They did it to Malcolm. And when Martin, may God rest his great soul, that the war on poverty by Mr. Johnson would never be successful because of the prosecution of a war in Vietnam. When he spoke against that war, they called him meddling. And the government sent down a decree of death on our brother. Right to this day, this modern Pharaoh, he has found new ways to kill us. I'm not a dreamer. I didn't lay down and dream that there's a conspiracy. There's a man that's Jewish. Tell me I'm crazy because I think of conspiracy theories. You can't be Jewish and not understand conspiracy. You can't be Jewish and not understand conspiracy. Pharaoh had a conspiracy against the children of Israel. Who was that man, Haman, and the king, Ahasuerus, and Mordecai? And who was that brilliant woman of the Bible?
All right. Omaha, the Burbs, the Bluffs. Oh man, I had to give y'all some of that, and I want to do what my son always say, Daddy, rewind. Y'all listen to 95.7 The Boss, man. We call ourselves Love Yourself Thursdays. There's just been some hurt in our community. The black boy, the black man is the most endangered species. We have a 50% chance of making it back home. I think it's less than that. I think it's less than that. We have a 50%. I'm having a bad hair day, excuse me. 50% chance of making it back home if you're a black boy or a black man. So we're gonna be doing some purposeful. We'll be bringing some people in here purposely so we can, educate ourselves on the new gun laws. Next week, next Tuesday, I have the sheriff, the top police officer in the state of Nebraska coming in to talk about the new gun laws that was just passed in this last legislative session, where I don't know, I don't understand the gun laws myself because I think everybody can carry a gun without a permit. I don't know. We need to find that out because a young man that got killed, he was a legal gun owner. So it was legal for him to have that gun. Now, he's been reporting that he's been harassed by some particular officers. And he's been harassed over a year by the same officers. And he was afraid of his life, just like the kid at Northwest. He brought a gun. People are intimidating you, threatening. The most dangerous person is the scared person. You criminals, the reason why y'all scared because y'all doing things. But for a law-abiding citizen, and y'all trying to intimidate them, or the person that's going to school trying to learn, and you trying to intimidate them, they're the most dangerous. They're the most dangerous, and we gotta. I mean, where are we gonna go if we don't go God way? I don't know which way y'all gonna go. Y'all like to hang out the devil. That's why devilish thing is happening. I don't believe in no horn dude y'all talk about in y'all children book. No, devilish things is from you. Your behavior. We got to do something different. If we want mass in them, it takes two people to participate in a system. And if you're going to participate in a racist system, it takes two individuals, so those that are oppressed and those that are oppressing. When those that are oppressed decide not to be oppressed any longer, the system will break down. It's just that simple. Only way to do it is collectively. The only default we have in our community is church. The church has always been the movement. God has always been the wind, the fire, the water. Y'all remember we used to dance and it used to rain? Y'all talk about rain on you in a strip club. Man, we make you rain on you for real. See, I love my community. I got two grandkids, 3 and 8. They black like me. Oh yeah, they dark. And if Paw don't fight for him, who gonna fight for him? Y'all sucker ducks ain't. Y'all don't even vote. And then we got some of the big churches. I ain't seen they ministers out. Oh yeah, we got the big churches. I ain't seen none of y'all ministers or y'all bishops nowhere. Y'all just getting money, huh? Get money, make money, get money. Y'all like PD. Make that money, make that money, make that money. And our boys are dying. 43% of our children in foster care represented are black. But y'all in the church, make that money, make that money. Y'all doing the P. Diddy, make that money. The church, hey, don't get mad at me because y'all went to a theology school. Y'all say y'all represent God. I've been asking all these ministers, what should we be doing? No one give me an answer. You know what they say? Make that money, make that money, make that money. And then they say, oh, we're doing this behind the scenes. Y'all sound like the what do you call them? The Masons. Everybody, secret society, everybody's doing stuff secret. We won't need no more stuff in the secret. We need y'all come out and let the children mimic your greatness. Masons. I'm on everybody, you know, I got the armor of God on this morning, y'all. I got the armor of God on just in case. You already know my address. But I'm coming like, oh yeah, like my man Farrakhan. And that's my son. I'm gonna go back and repeat this just in case y'all missed it, because this is how I'm feeling this morning. It's like it's lot time. It's lot time. Without a doubt, it's lot time. I'm with Lot. I'm letting you know what side I'm on. Straight up. Where am I? I'm going back retro. See, I wore this jersey for a reason. Midland. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You want me? Oh yeah. You want me to play some defense on you? See, they wouldn't put my picture in the Fremont Tribune because I was black. Oh yeah, I was from 18 to almost 21, going to school at Midland Lutheran College in Fremont, Nebraska. I'm made different. See, I had to protest to even get my picture in the Fremont Tribune. And we still fighting. That's back in the 80s. We still doing the same thing. Boss with me. As my son say, Daddy, rewind, boss with us.
And the rain kept coming. And the Bible said they were popping. They were dancing. They were popping their feet. They were getting all down when the rains came. And the book said it killed them all. And it even repented him that he had made a man like him. And then he said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. Remember what I said on that wicked and adulterous generation, Jonah, huh? We'll get there in a second. In the book of Genesis, 3 men met with Abraham in the plains of Mamre. One of them was the Lord. Abraham recognized him and said, Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, pass not away from me. Sarah, fix him some food. He may be hungry. Sit down, Lord, and rest yourself. But the Lord came to conduct business. And he said, Abraham, I'm sending these angels down to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And I'm going to kill everything but Lot and the members of his family. Abraham was hurt by the judgment of God. And he questioned God's judgment. And he said, well, would you destroy the righteous along with the wicked? God knew Abraham didn't understand. So he said, Abraham, if you can find 50, I will save the city. But meanwhile, they just going down into Sodom and get ready to take care of business. Abraham couldn't find 50, he couldn't find 40, he couldn't find 30, he couldn't find 20. Meanwhile, the angels were living in Lot's house. But the men of Sodom were doing something that no man had ever done before them. What was that? Oh, the Quran says they were looking at men with lust in their heart as they should a female. And that conduct was abominable in the sight of God. See, pastors. You cannot hide the standard of God under a bushel basket and preach for the sake of money and leave the standard of God alone. You have to bring the standard of God out from under the bushel basket and put it in the people will see how far off they are. So that when God starts chastising them, they'll know exactly why they're being whooped. Met with Abraham in the plains of Mamre. One of them was they were dancing. They were popping their feet.
Had to rewind that one more time. Oh, yeah. Preston Love coming in shortly, y'all. Boss with us.
Said, he killed them all. And it even repented him that he had made a man like that. And then he said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. Remember what I said on that wicked and adulterous generation, Jonah, huh? We'll get there in a second. In the book of Genesis, 3 men met with Abraham in the plains of Mamre. One of them was the Lord. Abraham recognized him and said, Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, pass not away from me. Sarah, fix him some food. He may be hungry. Sit down, Lord, and rest yourself. But the Lord came to conduct business. And he said, Abraham, I'm sending these angels down to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And I'm going to kill everything but Lot and the members of his family. Abraham was hurt by the judgment of God. And he questioned God's judgment. And he said, well, would you destroy the righteous along with the wicked? God knew Abraham didn't understand. So he said, Abraham, if you can find 50, I will save the city. But meanwhile, they just going down into Sodom and get ready to take care of business. Abraham couldn't find 50, he couldn't find 40, he couldn't find 30, he couldn't find 20. Meanwhile, the angels were living in Lot's house. But the men of Sodom were doing something that no man had ever done before them. What was that? Oh, the Quran says they were looking at men with lust in their heart as they should a female. And that conduct was abominable in the sight of God. See, pastors. You cannot hide the sake of money and leave the standard of God alone. You have to bring the standard of God out from under the bushel basket and put it up high so that the people will see how far off they are. So that when God starts chastising them, they'll know exactly why they did what. The people of Lot came to Lot's house. They knocked on the door. What you want? We want them fine looking men you got up in there. I said, wait a minute. Here's my two daughters. Look at them. They're beautiful girls. We don't want your daughters. Mr. Levin. Levine, is that what it is? Levin or Levine. Usually it has an E on the end of it if it's Levine. But whatever it is, he knows who I'm talking to. You call me homophobic. He's anti-gay. What would you say if Lot came back? What would you say if Abraham, whom you claim to be your father, if he came back? What would you say? Would you call Abraham homophobic? Talk back to me. I love gay people. I love every one of my brothers and sisters. I don't care what their circumstance of sin is, because I got circumstance of sin, and there ain't nobody in here holy. Where's the Holy One? Stand up! Everybody better sit down. You ain't holy, brother. You better sit down. The Bible say all our righteousness is like filthy rags with God. All of us have fallen short of the glory of God. Ain't none of us that don't stand in need of God's mercy. None of us. So I'm not throwing off on those who have that particular problem, because we all got a problem we got to deal with. I got to put it on you. And you know why I got to put it on you? Because I love you. I love you. And I want us to escape God's wrath, and there is a way out. I'm going to tell you the way out, so we can get out. Switzerland can get out too. You can get out. Clinton can get out. Everybody can get out. But you got a window of opportunity and it's closing. Almost there. Abraham couldn't find 30, couldn't find 20, couldn't find 10. God said, go back. See if you can find one. Abraham came back and said, I couldn't find one. Meanwhile, the angels told Lot, take your family, get out, and don't look back. That's right. And when Abraham was convinced that the judgment of God was true, the Bible said on that very day, fire and brimstone fell on Sodom and Gomorrah. And the Bible says, as it was in the days of Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. Oh, beloved family, I've got just a few more minutes. I can't take too much more time. But beloved family, Selma, I'm just filled. I'm full because of what I've experienced while being here, the beauty of this people, and the sadness of your condition, and the hypocrisy of those in leadership who would dare tell you that things are better while they're manipulating every day to rob you of the power of your vote so that they can stay in power for life and still lead you and teach you and have control over you, while they themselves have not repented of the evil of yesterday as well as the evil of today. As it was in the days of Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man. 2 more pictures I'm going to give you, and one, of course, is Pharaoh. And that's very close to our hearts. I don't ever hear white folks saying, "Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land." Why don't you let my people go? That's your song. White folk don't sing that. They know they ain't in no Egypt land. But you in a modern Egypt, under a modern Pharaoh that's had us in bondage over 400 years. And they have a conspiracy, like the old Pharaoh, kill all the male children and spare the female. They don't want you connecting to Africa. They don't want you connecting with no power but them. And they want to determine who your friends are going to be. So every black man that you've had that went outside of America to find a friend over there, they were maligned by the press and called sellouts of black people. You know them, brother. They did that to W.E.B. Du Bois. They did that to Marcus Garvey. They did it to Malcolm. And when Martin, may God rest his great soul, saw that the war on poverty by Mr. Johnson would never be successful because of the prosecution of a war in Vietnam. When he spoke against that war, they called him meddling. And the government sent down a decree of death on our brother. Right to this day, this modern Pharaoh he has found new ways to kill us. I'm not a dreamer. I didn't lay down and dream that there's a conspiracy. There's a man that's Jewish. Tell me I'm crazy because I think of conspiracy theories. You can't be Jewish and not understand conspiracy. You can't be Jewish and not understand conspiracy. Pharaoh had a conspiracy against the children of Israel. Who was that man, Haman, and the king, Ahasuerus, and Mordecai? And who was that brilliant woman of the Bible? Oh, what was her name? Esther. Queen Esther. They had a conspiracy to kill all the Jews. Not some of them, all of them.
Lost production. Lost
Esther and
production.
Mordecai prevailing on the king Ahasuerus. Every Jew in that area would have been killed. That's not in the Bible as a joke. You that grew up in Selma, the older ones that sit in front of me, you know there was a time when you didn't have to lock your doors. You know there was a time in Alabama, even under the heat of white oppression, that we never did to each other what we're doing to each other today. Pharaoh has decided to let you go, and then he's decided to kill you. Just like he did the children of Israel. I got to tell you, because you dying right in front of me as I'm looking. You're in the valley of the shadow of death. You talk about the shadow of hate, Mr. Levin. We live under the valley of the shadow of death. Look at it, brothers and sisters. No more welfare reform. They let you go. Affirmative action gone. They let you go. Entitlement programs gone. Let you go. Oh yeah. Medicaid, Medicare. Going and let you go. You crying. Look, why you doing this down there? You sounded like them stupid children of Israel. Out in the wilderness, they would rather be back on the Pharaoh than be Here's Miss Rose Sanders fighting for you. She ain't getting nothing from it. She's not getting rich from her struggle. She's fighting for you. What are you waiting on? You waiting for death to come to the door so you can have a big funeral and talk about how strong she was? What the hell is wrong with you? There ain't no sideline in this struggle. You stood on the sideline when King marched on that bridge with the resistance. Now you all can claim how proud you are. You weren't there. Sitting around in church talking about, were you there when they crucified my Lord? Negroes like you are always there. You're always there when your leaders go down, standing on the sideline fighting your name. There ain't no sideline for you today. You're either gonna get involved or you won't be worth nothing. Cowardly mothers protecting your sons. Your daughters get up, grow up strong. Your sons grow up weak. All these girls in here strong, independent, courageous. Mother Cooper didn't knock the man down. We wouldn't even know he was there. A sister had to show us he could go down. I love you, Mother Cooper, and I'm honored to be in your company. Everybody in this room will never see Mother Cooper on a 50 hat. Because she knocked the sheriff down that had been knocking us down. And we trembling with fear, but a woman with strength rose up and hit him with the power of God. I know Mother Cooper surprised herself. But Mother Cooper, see, it wasn't you. It wasn't you, Mama. See, Mama, the Bible on the Quran said, I will slay them at your hand. See, when you become an instrument of God, He used you as a battle axe. He used the jawbone of an ass and Samson. It's just your own fear out of your own evil, wicked hearts that make you think somebody gonna attack you. No, we can't do the job. God is able.
All right. That's my man, Minister Farrakhan. I was at the press conference yesterday, and I kind of want to bring you up to date on, just what's happening here in Omaha. There's been, a couple police shooting in the last month. The chief. Uh, the chief indicated that the officer in the first incident should be fired. In the second incident, the chief recommended that it was justified. We're going to be bringing in the top cop. And the top cop is the sheriff. And the reason why I say it's no disrespect to any police, but the sheriff can go over any county line. They can go to any jurisdiction, similar to almost the highway patrol. But the sheriff is the top cop, period. We're going to be bringing in Aaron Hansen on Tuesday, and we're going to spend some time talking about the new law that was passed in regard to gun ownership, possession, the process in regards to this new law where you can, I guess, conceal carry, don't need a permit. Want to get some clarification on this because the young man that was killed, he was a legal gun owner. He was a legal gun owner. The news always make it, and I'm part of the media, and that's why I was at the press conference where we was at the family press conference. I'm going to play that press conference. There's two parts. The first part is 10 minutes. We'll see how much we get to. And the second part is about 17 minutes. We're waiting on Brother Preston Love to come through. Senator candidate against Pete Ricketts. Then we also have Robert Penn, community advocate. And we're going to talk about some of the logistics of what happened with this last shooting. So stay tuned for that. I think Robert's going to be in around about 8:45. Preston is on his way. Until he gets here, I'm going to play this press conference. And so let me get it queued up. There'll be an introduction for those that were in attendance, and there were two young ladies from the family that were there also. And hopefully you'll hear them also.
Stephen was going away from the cops, and when the gun was out, it was not pointed at the officers. And as he was going over the fence, that's when you hear that first shot. And then as he's falling down, yes, the gun might have been pointed that way, but it was falling out of his arms. And for Chief Smotter to say that the community or the people that was at the transit station might have been in danger or whatever, for this officer, and I can't even remember his name at this point, but for him to shoot 8 times toward the North Omaha Metro Station, he was wrong. And there is no reason that Stephen is not here with us today. He lawfully could carry that gun.
Now that's Pastor Portia Cavis that's speaking right now. I'm gonna go back to the video, back to the audio.
But I don't believe that he was any threat to the officer. So I'm going to allow others to talk because there are other things that we want to lift up in this press conference that we want to state about this case. Yeah.
I would just start by saying condolences to the family and condolences to our community. There is a great sadness in our community, especially among Black males who are currently in fear for their lives. Oftentimes we talk about how officers are in fear for their lives, but we don't speak about the fact that everyday average people are currently afraid. Interactions with police at this current time. I believe that Mr. Phipps may have needed to be more educated about his possessing of a firearm, may have been more educated about a traffic stop, but he did not deserve to lose his life for his lack of knowledge that was not imparted upon him based on a system that does not encourage for young Black males or anyone else for that matter to receive the information that they need to properly and adequately learn how to behave during the traffic stop. This is not something that is taught in public schools. This is not something that you find in a class. This is something that you have to learn through the streets and through people. And it's unfortunate that it appears that Mr. Phipps learned early that his interaction with police were very dangerous. Given the record and the charges that were displayed on the news, it is clear evidence that Mr. Phipps was being profiled and consistently harassed by the Omaha Police Department. Given that these were just charges and not convictions, that is again evidence of racial profiling or psychological profiling on Mr. Phipps. And we will continue to pursue justice in this matter. Again, condolences to our community as a whole, because this is a sad day for us. Thank you.
I'm Pastor T. Michael Williams, president of the Omaha NAACP, and I agree. I want to just simply say Black Lives Matter. And it's a shame that there's a mother and a family grieving today. In my opinion, it's unnecessary. In my opinion, the young man did not deserve to be shot. I think something has to be done as it relates to understanding how police are trained and what the procedure that they are taught is, because it just seems like the moment they see a gun, they shoot, and that's this situation. So I certainly agree with what Mr. Lewis has said, and I look forward to hearing more. We're concerned about other aspects of this as well. I can't speak of that at this point, but just want you to know this is an initial set of comments, and there is more to come.
Good afternoon. As already been stated, my name is Juanita Johnson. I am City Council elected official for this district, and this is a sad day for this community. First, I would like to acknowledge the Phelps family. My heart goes out to them. Anyone losing a loved one, it is a traumatic situation. And out of that respect, I'm going to be limited about what I really feel about this situation, because I feel that that family needs to be uplifted in prayer. Our attention should be given to them to give them all the assistance that they need to begin the healing process. To my community, I am so elated for us coming together on one accord and addressing some social issues that we are having in our community. I also would like to talk a little bit about the law that was put in place regarding concealed weapons. I remember when this conversation came up in city council, and I voted against this being a law or available for us to carry concealed weapons, because I knew the impact of what that would look like to my community. I knew that from two perspectives: one, from the individual that would be carrying the weapon, and two, from the police perspective. As I stated, the police needed training to recognize that now that this is a law, how would they navigate in that new arena? Have we provided them with the tools that they need to navigate with these new circumstances? Even when we look at the media, we see the the out and out picture of the gun being a number one factor in this equation. Well, again, we have the ability to carry weapons now. So that is not something that's odd or wrong or different. That's a reality. So now we need to, as a community, talk about what that reality really means. And do we need to educate not only the police department, but our community at large?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Alvin Brewer, First Vice President, Interdenominational Minister in Alliance. Certainly, my prayers and condolences go out to the family and the loss of their loved one. Um, Things just have to change, because it appears that Black lives have no value when it comes to policing. And it also appears that it's actually a form of genocide, because of the fact that killing off Black males also helps to cut down on Black births. And I'm very concerned about what I see happening here. Because I've noticed that everyone who's shot and killed has been Black. And I know that Black people are not the only ones who carry guns. So there is an imbalance in the system, and the system definitely needs to change. Otherwise, we just continue going down the road that we're going down. And the community is suffering, families are suffering, and this actually caused the city to suffer, because things like this, you have Blacks who are on edge, wondering if they're next. And that creates another problem. And we don't want this to become a war zone, wherein Black men have to feel like anytime they see a policeman, that they are a target on their backs, and they have to defend themselves from those who are supposed to be protecting them. So we definitely, there has to be a coming together, there has to be a change, because this will only bring about destruction of families, destruction of the community, and eventually destruction to the city. Thank you.
All right, Omaha, the Burbs, the Bluffs. That was a portion of the press conference. We do have our guests in the house. I'm going to play the second portion a little later. We have Robert Penn coming in a little later. We're going to talk specifically about, some of the interaction with the police, the last two shootings. But I'm gonna approach it like I said. I'm trying to change in 2025. It is a lot. I'm trying to get y'all. This is just the last time. You try to say 50, try to say 30, try to say 20, and then God said, "Go, just bring back one. Just bring back one." And I'll say Solomon Gilmore. Y'all seen the biggest storm in the history of America come through Florida, and it didn't even mess with Florida. It messed with all the states above Florida. Boy, God, that's a bad God. I don't know what y'all talking about. I've been asking all the reverends, the bishops and stuff, what should we be doing? What the preparation of our people should be. That's where Reverend New Hope, the only hope you got, came out of, character. I don't know. I got the one man playing right here. What's Brother Powell?
Oh, Adam?
Adam.
Yes.
See, I got the one man stand right here.
Keep the faith.
Right now, I got the one man band right here. So he understands that sometimes it takes one person in order to make a change. This next person I got in the studio is still doing it. I remember when I was in the projects, they had a big rally for, I think his name was Jesse Jackson. I think it was. I think it was on 30th Street. I was a young lad. Yes, I was a young lad. I think I was probably in high school or something like that. Maybe.
Don't rub it in.
Something like that. Shouts out to OPS, without a doubt. Man, you know how these stars are. They get their own noun, verbs, adjectives, prepositional phrases, all yes and predicates to introduce themselves. I'm going to let him introduce himself. We'll get right into a dialogue because it's a lot of stuff that's happening in our community. And he's running to be, the advocate on the federal level for this community. And that's the top level. That's the top level when you got to deal with lobbyists and you got to deal with legislation. You got to deal with this house and that house in order to get things passed. You got to have the ability to bridge gaps. You got to have that ability. And his last name happened to be Love. I think that's the common denominator of what God said we should be doing.
Yes.
It's showing a little bit. Call it Love Yourself Thursday. I don't know why he chose Thursday. I don't know why. Sir, go ahead and introduce yourself. Let the people know who you are and why are you trying to be the top advocate for our community?
Well, I surely want to introduce myself as Preston Love Jr. and quickly say that I'm born and raised in this community. And I say this community, North Omaha. I'm raised, that means that I have experience for all of my years, which have been many, all of the evolution of community as it relates to all of the things that impact us both positively and negatively. And so we start somewhat with the latest shooting of a Black person by the police. But I'm Preston Love Jr. I was living and walking and talking in 1969. Vivian Strong, a young 14-year-old Black woman from our community, was shot in the back of the head by police. And by the way, never adjudicated, never held responsible for her death. There's all kind of convoluted logic about these shootings. We could really and probably need to take the time to chronicle them so we could have a show, William, where we would just call the roll all of these years.
Without a doubt.
And this time, we haven't even had a full month between the last time one of ours has been killed. This idea of figuring out the justification is really reached the point where it's on my last nerve. We have a bigger issue here, which is we've had enough as a community, and I, in all due respect, uh, and had I maybe had the time, I would have joined the press conference and added my voice. I surely want to go on the record right now that I'm in solidarity with those from our community, not only clergy, but community organizations and significant individuals who say we've had enough of this. Yes, we like our chief Smarter, but this is not about him, popularity, or even his attempt to be fair. This is about a police force that has some sort of culture, not only in Omaha, may I say, but all over the nation, where the justification for shooting someone is gray.
Right.
That it not should not be that way. And so may I be so bold as to just bring it down to what I think you were touching on, William, which is the human element. We're talking about taking people's lives. And there should be no judgment call when you're taking people's life. When, when there's so many alternatives, whether it be a no knock, whether it be a guy jumping a fence trying to get away. Okay, he's trying to get away, but that should not be a death sentence.
Without doubt.
And in the case of Cameron, where they keep bringing up his background, and I thought we had a court system that would bring him to give him a chance to make his case, no matter what he's done, but and then found innocent, guilty, or whatever, and then given a sentence, not just give him a death sentence from one individual's mindset. And oh my goodness, that each of those mindsets is open for question.
Right.
And so I'm trying to be a voice at the federal level, because in our community, I hope that we've reached the point of sophistication that we can be unified in all the voices that we have and all of the places that they come from. Yesterday in the press conference, you had lay leaders, you had clergy, you had municipal leaders. You had a lot who are absent, but that's okay. Sometimes people can't even make it.
Without doubt.
But we need to have representations, but voices, strong voices at every level. We need to have it locally. We need to have it in our government structure, in our city and a county and state and federal. We need to be full court press.
Now, you're running for Senate. When they cast the ballots on November 5th, and around midnight, it's crunch time. It's crunch time, still crunch time. They thought it was gonna be a blowout, but the love prevailed. Love prevailed. It's crunch time, baby. It's crunch time. It's coming down to the last few votes. It's coming down to the last vote, and you get the W. You get the W. What you gonna do next, baby? What are you gonna do next? Because right now, the biggest storm just came from the south. The biggest implosion could come right here in the blue dot.
Yeah.
Everybody focus on everybody else.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to say that wake up as the victor, I flex my muscles and change the world, but it's not that easy. I surely will celebrate the idea that we will have, and I will have, a chance to fight some of our battles at another level. And then here's a key thing, William, is does that mean I don't come on your show no more? Does that mean?
No, I'll try to get a job. I'll try to be the press secretary.
Yeah, I got you. You might not have a show. You're going to have somebody you delegate to do the show. But my point is this, is that I need not to go away.
Right.
I should be closer to the community after I am elected to, because then you have the leverage Had I been the senator, United States senator, in yesterday's press conference, my voice, unfortunately, would have a big impact on what's being said by the community in concert and in solidarity at a federal. I'm the same person,
Right.
and the same intellect, but these voices need to be, our voices need to be at all these levels, and we have more leverage, unfortunately, and fight those battles. I can't do it alone, or nor can the community do it alone. There's only, you look at that press conference and we walk away from it, and we had a conversation before. We have to walk away from these press conferences with a plan of action. We should have a plan of action,
Right.
and we should force a plan of action.
I agree with you.
I'm no longer impressed, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. I'm no longer overwhelmed by the fact that that the media will come somewhat like a circus, and we perform, and we go away. We don't really go away, so I don't want to. But my point is, we must have
The work.
plans of action.
Without
And
doubt.
I'm old enough and have been experienced enough and had life's activity in my life. Where back in the day, demonstrations, press conference, all were rooted in a plan of action.
Without doubt. And I'm glad for this cycle, the Reverend Reynolds and the Ernie Chambers, when they was in a heyday, when something happened, it was that unity.
Yeah.
And they had press conference, and it was a plan of action. I was on the sphere of it, but now I'm in the midst of it.
Because you are what you are.
Right.
You're as much of a leader as I will be if I'm elected to senator. You might not even see yourself that way. You're a voice that comes before the people on a daily basis, and so you have an awesome responsibility.
Oh, yeah, without doubt.
Yeah,
without doubt. So I try to. Well, I went to a counselor. My counselor said that we should we got to jump out. No more. We got to let people know what we have done, and that's why because it's important for our young people to mimic the struggles, the blood, sweat, and tears. But yet you still running for the highest office in our state.
Yeah.
And so, but it came through blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing's easy. I'm only 85% saved. I don't know what percentage you saved. You got a good wife. Your wife probably in the 90s, but I'm in the 80s.
Yeah, my wife is probably in the high 90s.
Yeah.
But I've been saved for about half of a decade.
Half of a decade.
And so and my association with my wife has enhanced that.
Mm-hmm.
But I teach Sunday school. Not that is a badge, but I'm just saying you don't teach Sunday school if you're not saved. Well, you shouldn't.
Right. Well, yeah. Unless you're a pedophile, we know about some of y'all.
Yeah. Well, we've got bad actors.
Yeah, without doubt.
No question.
Without doubt.
And they pay a bigger price down the road.
Without doubt. But now, when you get to office, because it's you got to be able to deal with Republicans. I mean, what's your relationship? I mean, when I had Bacon in here, and he said that he actually loved the Blue Dot. He loved this environment because you say you actually get more things done. Because you have to work with the other.
Yeah, you have to walk
side.
across it. Yes.
He said usually if it's more slanted one way Democrat or slanted one way Republican, they're gonna do what their constituents say, and nothing really gets done. The other side's not really getting listened to because they have the majority. But in this environment, and that's why I brought in Senator Mike McDonald.
Yeah, have you had him on?
Yeah, I brought him in, and just to just to say thank you and just to brag off of him.
Yeah.
Because we are unique. You know what I mean? Why we trying to follow somebody else? Maybe we Omaha, which means to go against the current. You want to go against the
go back to be with the 48.
Yeah, come on, baby. Follow. I mean, we're the true Mavericks.
Yeah.
We the true scouts for real.
Mhm.
Yeah, they only send one love out, and he's represented for everybody. You got to take all the arrows first. You got to take all the booby traps first.
Yeah.
You got to take all the risks first. Well, why
So,
now? Why now at this time
Yeah.
when you actually can just you've
Cool.
been an author.
Yeah.
You've been on a theatrical stage. Well, why now?
Well, that's a good question. I've been asked that question a lot, but not with that appendix that you put on there. Why now? And I surely want to respond to that. So I hope all the signals are working. But I guess why now is that I've had this lifelong experience of significant things. Sometime when you show, if we ever have a break of complexity, we can sit back and not me trip about my past, but to talk about kind of like an elder talking about things that the community should know. My life has been a chronicle of events I think that people will be very interested in. But I reached the point where I don't have many days. And so, but I've accumulated a wealth of experience and a wealth of wisdom. And the Lord, as we talk about being saved, has spared me the health, mental and physical, to be able to use that.
Continue to work.
Okay.
Right.
And so that's why.
Okay.
And why now? Anybody can run for office, and I surely, but the Senate has a special rhythm.
I mean 6 years. You mean 6 years?
6-year terms, but it's a August 100 of the best that America supposedly can produce, from 2 from each state, and I'm prepared. And then you have to have what I'm saying is a rich experience in order to sit in that seat and not just sit in it. But so I feel that I'm ready, but the need in Nebraska, William, is why I really ran. And I'll be very specific. And that is in Nebraska uniquely. And I'll just dotted line. If I lived in Atlanta, maybe not. But in Nebraska, all of our elected officials at the federal and state level are with one party.
Yes, but why is that? Because is it because we haven't adapted our strategy? Because now you play for Nebraska, right?
Yes, sir.
See,
and let me sit up and let me sit up straight when I say that.
Yeah, sit up straight. You play for the Cornhusker.
I used to kind of bend over when
no. But you used to play. You played for the Cornhusker, right?
I sure did.
Now, who's your coach?
Bob Devaney.
Come on, man. Now, wouldn't Bob Devaney make an adjustment if he lost one game? Wouldn't he make an adjustment for the next game?
He did. And guess what he did? When he made the adjustment, we began to win games like Nebraska never had seen before.
Shouldn't our state party shouldn't an adjustment be made, or continue to do the same thing? I'm just asking from.
Let me give you an answer. Okay. The answer is, I did say I was saved, and
you saved.
So I'm gonna leave out some of the words I could put. But yes, sir. And so, but there's something you're missing,
what?
And that is we cannot no longer wait for the party to make the adjustment. We have to help the party, or do it without them, quite frankly. We've got to make the adjustment, because our mindset, William, is like Nebraska football before Devaney. And during this phase that we've been doing, we've been losing. Right. We got to make that adjustment ourselves. In other words, what I could do, or anyone could do, is when the party get itself together, then we can make the adjustment. No. We need to bust that grape ourselves.
Man. Even though I'm born in Riverside, California, shouts out to Cali. but I'm raised here in Omaha since 3 months old. I'm Nebraska, baby. We made different. We don't quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on, man. We eat a lot of corn over here. Pop that popcorn. Pop
Yeah.
it. Pop it. Right now.
Yes, sir.
But man, we winners over here. Even though
We are winners.
Even though we lost, we still got
Yeah,
400 in a
yeah.
row sellouts.
Yeah.
We still support.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
still believe.
Yeah, and we got the
still at home.
volleyball. We got the volleyball team showing us how to win.
Thank you, volleyball team. Thank you, track team. Thank you, wrestling team.
Yeah,
Oh.
but we have to take that responsibility partly ourselves, William.
But-
me and you.
So
Yes.
So should we create a new party? I had Councilman Thompson in here. Councilman Thompson, Republican.
Yeah,
He
my
feel-
dear friend.
Yeah. He said that we should have our own party.
Franklin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor.
Yeah,
All those titles.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? He feel that we should have our own party.
yeah.
I feel also that we need to, especially and I'm gonna talk to you guys. I'm trying to come with honey. Really, I'm trying to come with honey. But we really need to look at voting as a block, as Black people. So if the Republicans have the slate, if they put us in a slate or their agenda, we go with them. If the Democrats put us in their agenda, where we actually work on some of our problems, not abortion, not none of this other stuff. No, work on some poverty. We're gonna work on poverty sometimes. They never work on poverty.
Poverty.
Yeah, poverty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I stutter.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
But poverty. Yeah. In other words, our real world
It's
in
poverty.
this community
It's poverty.
is poverty and all the residuals and disparities that come from it.
Have you ever seen policies from either the Democrat or the Republicans come with a policy besides Senator I think McKinney just passed that poverty that the city got to follow or something like that. That's the first time, and that's by a Black man from North Omaha. But have you seen any party like that and do anything
now,
significant?
The one little, I'm not going to agree with you yet, but then when I do, you'll understand.
No, you good.
It's not about the party because they're doing that in other places.
Right.
But it is this party in this state that
Yes,
we
well-
need to address. And
Right,
I know that's
right.
what you meant, but
Yes,
I want
yes,
to
sir.
make
Yes, sir.
clear of that.
Yes, sir.
And so, do you think, I'm going to just say this, and some Democratic Party members will kind of have a distaste for this, but the party is not behind me the way they should be.
Oh man.
They like me and pat me,
Uh-huh.
but I'm running independently almost.
Wow.
The party does some things for me.
Mhm.
Don't let me just cut that corner.
Mhm.
But I haven't received not a nickel from the National Democratic Party.
Wow.
Not a nickel.
Wow.
Now, so what does that mean? I don't. I do go away mad, so to speak, because the things that can happen for our community can happen if good things happen in this election. If we're able to split the electoral vote and
Right.
some of those things,
But
but my
right. But it's disappointing, Brother Love.
yeah.
And I'm glad that you came on here on Love Yourself Thursday, because it's kind of like Tell the Truth Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because this is a day you can't lie.
Yeah.
You got to be truthful to the people.
Yeah,
And I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
Because it's not comfortable for those that want to keep the status quo. Now, I deal with the same thing on the media side. I deal with the same thing. I'm a Democrat, but the establishment don't advertise, and so. But I'm coming with honey. This is about you. It's the state party also haven't advocated.
No,
funds.
the state party has been very, very supportive, but the state party doesn't have money.
But they advocate a
But,
conduit.
oh no, they've
of
been
money.
advocates. Yeah,
But they're the conduit of the money.
yeah.
If money is coming through the Republican Party to the Rickers campaign,
Yeah.
and I already know he's a trillionaire, whatever
Yeah.
you want to call him. But regardless, he's still getting donations.
Oh, he's getting donations. No, he don't need no donations.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't get donations. I mean, I get donations because
Right.
we're
So
scratching to get our donation.
what
I was on.
what does your candidacy need? What do you need?
Well, here's what I need. You know, if you put it in the form of money, you
Mhm.
can. You can translate what my needs are
Right.
into financial.
Okay.
In order to enhance my candidacy,
Mhm.
I need to be able to fund scores of people
Right.
and pay them 20. Do you realize now they're paying $25 and $28 an hour to go knock on doors?
I wrote to do door-to-door campaigns.
Yes.
Wow.
And so if I want to put 10 people on the streets
Mhm.
for 6 months, multiplied,
Right.
it takes money.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I haven't been able to raise enough money to put any significant amount of people. Number one. Number two is we have, thank God, social media.
Mhm.
I'm on Black radio now,
Mhm.
but a big part of a national campaign is the fight back, if you want to call it that,
Mhm.
on TV.
Right.
So when you get on TV, you have to have some creative source
Mhm.
to figure out what you want to say and that it makes sense as it relates to the
Yeah.
candidate and so forth. Then you have to create a commercial and
Right.
pay people to do it with the cameras, the
Yeah.
sound, all of that.
Production
And
and
then
everything.
you got to buy the time.
Yeah.
I don't have the money to do so.
Yeah.
That money would be something that a lot of that comes from your national party.
Right.
And then when you do, then other people begin to join in
Without
with
doubt.
money.
Without
For
doubt.
example, if I could be on Simone Sanders's show
Right.
once or twice,
Right.
I'd get a whole lot of money.
So your friend across the street can't make that happen?
Hadn't happened so far.
Well, Omaha, Nebraska. If we want to, make something different happen, we have to chip in. We have to participate.
I really don't want to lose this point, though, and I
Go
won't
ahead.
make it long.
No, go ahead.
Is so if we have poverty
Mhm.
and we have a begging need to address the poverty and economic development in our community.
Mhm.
By the way, I don't know how much money we actually finally got, but let's just say we got 250 million. I don't even think it's that much now.
Mhm.
Started off a bigger number to
Right.
come into this community.
Mhm.
It was federal money.
Mhm.
It wasn't state money. It's been implemented state. People falsely say that money came from the state of Nebraska.
Mhm.
It did not.
Okay.
And so, but federal. So at the federal level, somebody, and they could very well be me,
Mhm.
in the Nebraska delegation. In other words,
Mhm.
the 3 congressmen and the 2 senators
Mhm.
needs to be fighting for economic development for not only Omaha, but for communities who have poverty. So that's an area where uniquely
Mhm.
I can be pounding on the desk for
Well, it makes mathematical sense for voter turnout that they on a state as well as on a national level that they infuse funds into your candidacy because you're going to create way more turnout in regards to the Democratic vote here in Dutch
May I
County.
give you this?
So-
I'm a college professor. Let me give you my response. Duh.
Right. But I
well,
mean,
yes,
yeah,
sir.
I mean, but
that's the point, William.
See, I ran Mayor Fahey campaign, so I know about campaigns. They act like we ignorant over here. They act
My
like
campaign is a catalyst for some other stuff going
right
on.
now.
Yeah, and so even if
I
I
mean,
lose, look,
right, but you still the
my
voter turnout going to
candidacy-
increase
You see
regardless.
the people listening to your show, they're proud that one of us can run for that office, and they're going to come out and vote like they haven't voted before. And along with Kamala, they love to to be part of making that history. And so if you fund me, you're funding a bigger picture, not just, it's not about me.
Mhm.
It's about the impact of my campaign on the bigger dynamics.
Yeah, without a doubt. I don't know. I'm trying to. Well, I'm trying to give some more time. I'm trying to get some more time,
Yeah.
y'all. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Man, brother.
We
brother, Love,
we got a whole month. We can do another one.
Yeah, brother, love you. You've been very nice, especially in the midst of those that really should support you.
Yeah.
And you've been nice to them. Man, I'm gonna keep praying for you because I'm trying to be nice. Like
Now
you.
I want to mention this real quick as an adjunct
Mhm.
this week. I hope, and I'm telling you as much as I'm telling your audience, is that Saturday
Mhm.
we have a big meeting here, big Democratic powwow.
Okay.
At that meeting will be the chair of the Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party.
I need to be in the room.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, yeah.
That's
yeah,
in that.
Oh, yeah.
But on Friday,
Yeah.
listen
Friday?
to me.
Okay.
He's coming to Big Mama's
Where?
to meet with Black and Latino males.
Okay. Well,
Now you need to be in that room.
Yeah,
And let me
right,
just
yeah,
go ahead and
right.
say the whole thing.
Yeah, go ahead,
It's
say it.
that's at 6:00.
Right.
Big Mama's, the
Mhm.
chair who is Black
Okay.
of the national. And do you think that I'm going to go to that without hoping somebody tell him, why aren't you?
Yeah. I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna bring it up because
Yes, sir.
because we are intertwined. Even though
Yeah.
even though we're not directly, we're indirect. And indirect is also an effect.
Yeah.
In
It's
our whole
all-
community.
yeah.
So if you are elevated or if I'm elevated, it's good for everybody because now you're using your resources because over here, which is help us, and vice versa,
Yeah.
and vice versa.
Yeah.
So where you can come on air, talk to 1 million people, let everybody know what your struggles are. How can they donate to your candidacy? Where do they need to go?
Yeah. Well, they people can donate by going to Love for Senate, and the 4 is the number. But Love for Senate is our web. We can do that. Actually, I want to pat myself on the back.
Mhm.
Guess where I put my campaign headquarters for the United States Senate?
Right on 24th Street.
24th and Grant, and to make a statement
Right.
not only to my community but all over the state and that we ain't trying to be cute. This is where I'm from,
Right.
and I want to activate. You know how much money we've spent in the community because we're in the community.
Mhm.
But you could come by. So a lot of people can just come by the office,
Without
and
doubt.
they're doing that like crazy right now and writing a check for $10, $15. All of that helps. You know how many yard signs I had to buy during this campaign?
Right.
Probably 5,000. I got
Wow.
yard signs that have to be in Scotch Bluff.
Wow. So
yeah,
you,
go ahead.
So you got statewide candidacy.
Statewide candidacy. Last weekend, I was in North Platte,
Mhm.
McCook.
Okay. Man. You don't see those schools until a state.
And guess what? I want your audience needs to know, William, as I'm received extremely well out there. You wouldn't
Good,
think
good.
so,
Good.
because there's a lot of pushback.
Right. Well, you all kind of look, you little light skinned.
Get out of here.
You can pass almost. You can pass.
Oh, no. I might be able to pass in some quarters, but not out there. But
No, that's
people
good.
are looking for a change.
Well, I mean, but also it's good to hear that that even though they're out west, they're rural. That no one could be stereotyped.
Not all of them.
Yeah, no one could be stereotyped.
Yeah, not
You
all
know.
of them. And
Right.
and what I mean by but a lot more than maybe if I go to the barbershop, they're not gonna believe that.
Right.
The reason I'm reaching for my phone, I want people to know that we're providing rides to the polls.
Okay, cool.
And I'm trying to get that number out.
Okay, cool.
Well,
I'll let him get a chance to get
and
that
then
out.
and then the other thing is okay, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll let you find your the number.
Yeah.
And then Omaha, the Birds of Bluffs. Right now, we're talking to a candidate for the Senate, Preston Love Jr. He's running on the Democratic ticket. The election is coming up November 5th. I think the last day to register to vote online is the 18th. I think the last date to register in public or at the polling place is
All of
on,
those.
let's see, the 25th. I think they just mail out the early ballots.
Yes. In fact, people are voting. I got on my phone
Mhm.
texts from folks who took a picture of their ballot.
Okay.
So people are voting. In fact, let me say to your audience, if you received your ballot in the mail, go ahead and get that filled out. And I surely hope that you'd vote for me, but surely get that back. Get our vote. Get it in there. You through. I
Mhm.
mean, folks are through voting. We talk about November 5th. There's
Mhm.
people that's finished.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't already vote.
All right. All
yeah.
right. So then, okay, cool. I seen this.
Look.
Okay. Yeah, they're voting.
Yeah, they're voting.
Okay.
And I'm looking for a number for you to share with, and we might want to put this on the air for the next 30 days, this number,
Okay.
but
Oh,
where
heck yeah,
people
heck
can
yeah.
call and reserve a ride. We'll make arrangements to pick
Okay.
them up and take them to their polls, ride these souls to the poll.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I see that the state party put like kind of like everybody that's running for
Yeah,
office
by county.
by county. Okay.
So that card there is very supportive by
Okay.
the local party.
Okay. Okay.
They'll send that out to
Okay.
people, and so yeah,
So is this going to all the registered voters? Is
that
this
card
a
will
mailer?
go to all the people who requested early ballots.
Okay.
And so when they get their ballots, they'll have a little guide who they could vote for in there. There's all the counties got a
Right.
different one,
Right.
and so but
Okay,
yeah,
that's cool.
mhm.
All right. All right. We can't beat them up too bad.
And you
then.
can. I'm gonna leave that with you in case you ever want to kind of reference that as
Yeah,
you're on the
yeah, I
air.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate
I
that.
brought that for you.
Also, let me tell you a little bit about voting, for the listeners out there.
Okay.
We're gonna have Robert Penn coming in shortly. Thank you, Michael Watch, for your input. When candidates raise money, as Preston alluded to, money has to be used for door-to-door campaigns to pay people to do door-to-door campaigns so they can pass out literature like this.
Mhm.
Money is needed for yard signs. Money is needed for an office,
Yeah,
a staff,
internet,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
paper copying.
yeah, everything. Yeah, you run a small business.
Yeah.
Then also when you're trying to be like Jesus, because Jesus was the first advertiser. Yeah, Jesus was the first advertiser. He like the Kirby vacuum clean. Yeah, heck, he went door to door, didn't he? He went door to door, town to town. Now, if Jesus can advertise and he's been successful, y'all still using his name. You got to go through him, actually. Why ain't y'all using advertising? And so, with every candidate, they got to advertise from free, where they have stories like this, when you come on shows like this, where it's free, to paid, where you got to put advertising on TV, broadcast TV, internet, as well as broadcast radio, in order to get your message out to the masses. Internet is cool. Digital marketing is cool. You're gonna reach a certain amount of people. With radio,
yeah.
Statistically, more people listen to radio than any other medium combined. TV, streaming, whatever y'all want to talk about. Well, we the boss around here for real. And the reason why is because radio is free.
Yeah.
It's in everybody's cars.
All I got to do is turn the button.
If you got a portable radio, shouts out to those that's sick and shut in, those that's locked up. All they have is a transistor radio, so they got 2 batteries. And then if you're a survivalist or a hunter, you probably got solar or one of those crank radios where you don't need no power at all.
Sure.
Yeah. So radio is free. Everything else you got to pay for. Internet you got to pay for. Streaming you got to pay for. TV you got to pay for. Radio will always see. Radio is God level. Can't get on that level. Can't get no higher level. Period.
There was a time where folks thought radio was going to be out of fashion. That ain't happening.
It ain't
Never
going
happened.
nowhere. Make sure you guys, if you need a ride to the polls, that number is 531-999-3206. If you need a ride to the poll, if you're in North Omaha, ride to the polls. That's what it's called. Come on in. Call for a ride. Or if you want to give a ride.
Yeah.
If you want to give a ride, if you got a van or something like that, and you can pick up several people to go vote, we can make that happen. 531-999-3206. I'll make sure I get this number from Preston. We'll make a PSA.
Yeah, we surely will.
And then so you guys could be aware of voting. And the reason why, for even those that don't like to vote, where you because we got like 37,000 people vote registered. But only I think this last election, about 25% voted, maybe about 7,000 people voted. So we got the people. We got the people. That's
don't even thinking about voting that way. Right. We need to participate in things that are getting ready to happen, and who's run the show
right now. But the bigger picture is now. How old are you, brother Love?
I beg your pardon.
How mature are you?
I'm mature.
Yeah, because
I'm about 40 years older than your next guest.
Okay, cool. So you've been around a lot.
Yeah.
You've been around a lot, and so you have a wealth of knowledge in your mind. They say every time a man or woman die, a library of knowledge also is gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's crucial that we take advantage of of this time, without a doubt. And so as we look at registering to vote, the main thing, and since we've been talking about the criminal justice system and the law system, the main thing that no one really talk about when we talk about registering people to vote is that now they can participate in juries.
Oh yeah, in fact, jury pool are
now what's more important to a black man, because the criminal justice system have been good to us at all.
Yeah.
Now they dropping bombs over in wherever, Egypt and wherever, Israel. We sign up our sons for selective service to die, but we're not signing up our sons to
that's good enough right there
to protect us on juries.
We had Vivian
Come
Strong.
on, y'all. For y'all that say we should not vote, we're missing out the bigger picture that we could say it don't take one jury to stop a brother from going to jail.
Yeah. And one of us from our community to make sure that we hold police accountable for shooting our people. So, and we're sitting on the sidelines. And the judges and the jury all affected by. So we need to not just dummy up on some of this stuff. And what old homie said about voting, you need to think for yourself.
Period.
And it's a little deeper than that. And we have a responsibility to know that we need to handle our own business. And part of handling our own business is sitting on that jury saying, no.
Right.
And all of that.
But you got to be a registered voter.
But you got to be a registered voter. That's good enough right there.
Man, if our ancestors, it's like we forgot what our ancestors have gone through. And that's why
that's a whole nother level.
And that's why actually maturity, because you've seen the generations of and the transitions and the wins and losses through each decade.
It's nonsensical for a community that has needs not to put itself in position to maximize trying to solve those needs. We can't leave it to other people and then complain.
Right.
You got to have a few of us that are willing to sacrifice and be in that room fighting the battle for our community. That we got to be able to trust them and hold. In other words, if I get elected, that don't mean that y'all shouldn't be in my face when I come on the show and hold my feet to the fire and all the rest of us. But we got to have our folks in the room. And the only way to do that is to elect them. And you know how long it takes to vote?
Seconds.
Yeah. So now, do I have to give up my time for this guy that's standing behind me?
No, actually, I want to give your contact information out. Give your contact information out, and so people can donate, and they can volunteer.
Yeah.
If they want to sign.
Yeah.
Where can they go?
They can go right to 24th and Grant, where my campaign headquarters, or they can go on their phone where they're, it's right next to TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm kidding. But but go to Love for Senate, and you learn about where I'm coming from, number one, but also you can send me a couple of dollars or come in and volunteer. That's just as good.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what would be funny? And disturb. You need to go to Rick's campaign. I need to get some.
Yeah.
I need to get. We need to go. It's a kitchen right
Yeah.
The last door on the left. You should go to Rick's campaign and ask for a donation. They got all the money over there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or send a Democratic Party over there.
Yeah.
I think it'd be funny.
Yeah. In fact, I could probably go right now and sell out. But let's be strong as a community.
Oh yeah, without doubt.
And let's don't be too cute that we're too cute to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And let's don't overlook that we can make history. We can elect the first Black female president. Mm-hmm. You can elect the first Black senator in the history of the United States and in Nebraska. Let's don't overlook some of those things. But I ain't trying to make history. I'm trying to be there to serve. Goodness gracious.
Well, we need you and all about. Let me see, Brother Michael. Why don't the state party let you host a video? Let me see. On their social media, little to no cost.
Oh my goodness, who's that? Mike.
Michael Watts.
He
said, why don't you?
Love to have him do it. Just have him reach out to you, and you can give him my number. That's one way, or you can respond by giving.
So Michael Watts, maybe you can come down and meet Brother Love, and you can offer that service with your skill set.
Yeah.
What are the thoughts on the struggling Nebraska Black Caucus? I was a part of creating that.
No, he's talking about
the Nebraska Black Caucus.
Yeah, the Nebraska Party.
Yeah,
Caucus. Not a Black Caucus.
Oh, okay.
It's the Nebraska Democratic Party has a Black
Caucus. Yeah.
And so all of that needs work.
Okay.
But the only way for it to get better is whoever said that, come on, jump in there.
Right.
And help us.
Right.
So, if you don't jump in there, don't leave it to, to see what happens. We need to all, so, and I received that so well because folks want some action.
Change. Okay, now, Brother Watts said, let me see. I'm glad I'm not saying this. All this work and no highlights from Jane Klebb or the state party needs to think twice about aligning with the state party. Look how our own candidates are treated. So and that's why I asked you, what's the support from the state party?
The state party has been,
and I see some support.
There's a lot more than meets the eye because a lot of the stuff is behind the scenes.
Yep,
but just trust me that the national party has not supported me financially. Okay. Bam. The state party has supported me in many, many ways. Okay. The executive director is an African-American woman, Preston. And let me tell you, the state party ain't perfect. And we go toe to toe.
Right.
Let me say it again. We go toe to toe. But they're in my corner the best they can in this state.
Okay.
But we need to take the control of this thing ourselves.
But baby, you played for Bob Devaney.
Did you know I was
drafted? Come on, man. You play with Bob, man. You play for Bob Devaney, man. Come on, man. Ain't too many people play for Bob Devaney.
You know how many black players we had one? Let me tell you something. I'm gonna give you a chance to guess on your own show.
Well, I know Bob Devaney was a trendsetter.
Yeah.
He stepped on my toes.
Yeah.
He probably was like a watch horn up at Midland because they ran the wishbone. But I would say maybe about back then, you played in the 60s?
Yeah, mid-60s.
Oh, so I would say it was still tough back then. There was still a lot of
The answer is
10.
8.
Ooh.
8 in the whole team, brother, not
Right,
8
right.
starting.
Right. I
Yeah.
know back in the 60s, but it had to be. I
8
know it
on
can't
the
be that
whole
many.
team. And every one of us played pro ball.
Wow.
Yeah.
8. So
8.
shots out. So if you play for a leader like that, because Alabama, they didn't have that many.
No, they didn't have none.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
In fact, we didn't
That's
have
so-
none, but every time they played a team that had a whole lot of black players, the speed and Bear Bryant said, we got to get some of that.
brothers. They get some of the brothers. They get some of the brothers. Well,
But no, they didn't have none when I played.
right.
There wasn't two black players on every team other than HBCU.
Right.
But there wasn't no black folks at nowhere.
I know.
And don't you dare talk about you a black quarterback. Oh my goodness gracious, back in them days.
Oh yeah. Shouts out to Marlon Briscoe and UNO.
Yeah.
Still part of the university system.
These are about 5 years later, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you guys had to set the trend.
Yeah. Oh, we broke.
You guys had to be the first one to fight.
Yeah.
You had to make the role a little bit easier for the next generation.
When we played in the Orange Bowl wanted us to put the black players in another hotel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Bob Devaney said, "Oh, that's a good idea, but I'm gonna take the rest of them with me," and he did.
Now, Bob Devaney. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Who you play for?
Yeah.
And so I mean, come on. You know what
We've
I mean?
been fighting this battle long before now, brother.
now.
But they ain't been shooting our black folks like they doing now.
So when you bred like that, so how can you go weak? How can you go soft when you've been bred like that?
You can't.
You know, when you got a man that even went against racism to make sure that we a team.
Yeah.
No matter what color you are.
Yeah.
Because
you know why? Because you want to win games. And see, that's what's wrong with what's going on now, is that Nebraska don't act like they don't want to win games. I'm talking about the society. I'm talking about the state of Nebraska.
The political.
I'm talking about the political.
Climate.
They need Bob Devaney. But is that they're
take Tom's still alive.
And let me just say this before we get off the air. It's so important because it was in the news. This whole question about winner take all and all of that. Don't you know that if 100% of all the blacks voted for a Democrat in this area, that if we went winner take all, none of that would count.
Right, we got a little bit more Democrats than Republicans, right?
Oh, but I'm saying if I'm making a scenario, if 100% of every voter, it's silly,
right?
But the vote would not be counted because winner take all means that Trump, if he would win the state, which he will, you don't count the electoral vote,
right?
If it one winner take all.
Okay.
So what the split means is that our vote would be counted with our own electoral vote.
Okay.
That's the important.
Okay. So who you voting for president?
Who am I voting for?
Who you voting for president?
I'm voting for what could be the first black woman to be the president of the United States. Okay. And I'm proud of it. I think she's going to be a great president, in spite of what they've tried to do is minimize her capability because she's a woman or she's a black woman. She's very qualified. She came up the hard way. Okay. She didn't get that.
Well, I want to interview Montel Williams. That's what I want to interview.
Montel.
Remember she used to hang out with Montel Williams?
I remember Montel.
Yeah, and Montel had hanging out with her. Yeah. I want to talk to Montel Williams.
Yeah. And where is Montel?
I don't know. They probably hit him.
Yeah.
If I don't want to come out like P. Diddy, she probably with some random parties.
Watch what you say, man. But I surely have. Let me say this.
Gossip you heard over here.
I appreciate you having me on the show. I just want to leave your audience, and you got a great guest. He's a great friend of mine, and he's for real.
Right.
And so great people to me now are people who are for real. But I want to just say, come on, y'all. If you got your ballot, get it, fill it out, turn it in, vote. Or if you're going to wait till November, let's don't play games with making history. Let's don't play games and trying to help do the best we can for our community. Come on now.
Okay. Yeah. Well, without doubt, I'm glad State Party doing something. I know they could do more. Yeah. Man, I'm trying to. Well, I'm gonna let this next guy bring the vinegar.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Oh,
trying.
yeah. Oh, no. He is the vinegar.
I'm trying to stay with the honey.
No,
I'm
he's
trying to
the-
stay with the honey. I'm trying to stay with the honey.
I'm gonna run downstairs and turn my radio on.
I'll let the next guy bring
Yeah.
this vinegar.
Yeah.
Oh man. Omaha, the birds of bless. Who's this from Dutch County? Who's this? Hey, now can you pronounce that name? Jaquala. Boy, they using the whole alphabet. Jabra. Yabro. Man, they using the H, the Y, the Q in their name. Yabro from Dutch County Board. Okay, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy, bro. Man, hey, brother Love, man. When I used to do my show on Channel 22, your father and your father, how old would your father be now if he was alive?
103.
Wow. So and this one, I think I was just got out of college. I was married then. I think he was still a probation officer. So I did my show down 22 with Reverend Reynolds.
Yeah.
And then he was running Omaha Star. And then he'll call me soon after the show, come down here and talk to me. So he'll come down. I get schooled on how the gangsters took over Motown.
Yeah.
So he always warned me from outside people in invading.
Yeah. Oh,
per
yeah.
se.
Yeah.
He always warned me about those that's not from here, not around here, and we allow them to come in and take advantage of us.
Have a, you know, it's okay to have a voice, but your voice has to be put in context with the voices of the folks who paid the dues from the know, understand the nuances. Don't come in there pronouncing. And so we got to watch that. We got some of those running around now.
Right, without a doubt. Brother Love, we appreciate you. Make sure you guys go down 24th and Grant. Is that correct?
Yeah. You'll see the sign.
He has an office down there. If you want to come down and volunteer, he needs your volunteerism. If you want to come down and donate $5, Obama became president with $5 donations, y'all.
Yeah.
Became president with $5.
We want folks to handle their business at the poll. If you got your vote, your ballot in the mail, go ahead and fill it out. So lots of people have. You know how many ballots they sent out so far?
What?
90,000.
Okay. Well, man.
Yeah.
How many counties here is it in?
Well, I'm talking about in Douglas County.
Right. Well, but how many? You got the statewide. How many counties?
I'm running. 99 counties.
Yes, 99 counties.
I'm running in every county.
Right.
Yeah. And so, and then if not, vote on the. Come on out and vote on the 5th. Let's really show Nebraska and the world that what our community can do. Let's really show them that.
Hey, I'm trying to help you out. I'm gonna help you out. I just got an epiphany. Our state auditor, Mike Foley, that dude, he been working.
He surely has. I don't want him looking my way.
No. You want him on your side.
Yeah, on my side.
Right.
Because he's doing some work. He ain't caring about party or nothing else.
No.
Yeah.
So you need somebody sliding on his nose to ask him, look, because he going after the tip dollars, right?
Yeah.
And I think Ameritrade got some tip dollars. Yeah. That's what I heard. I ain't want to gossip.
Yes,
I ain't want to gossip.
Yeah.
But you need to probably ask him how they get them tip dollars, and then they sold it underneath it. They got Charles Schwab's.
Yeah.
Over there.
Let's look around.
And the tip dollars, as Matthew Stelly would say.
Oh, how many tip dollars have been used in this community?
None. I can't get
and
it.
So that
I can't get it done. So I would call. Where you at, State Senator Foley?
Yeah,
I would ask him to
state auditor.
Yeah,
but,
state auditor. I would ask him.
He ain't nothing nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he probably need to run for governor. I like him.
I'll tell you what, he might be trying to set it up. Well, if Ricketts will let him.
I don't know. Sure. I'm slide in the half. My slide in note.
Yeah.
About the $10.
Remember, I'm Preston Love Jr. running against Pete Ricketts, running to try to provide my experience and wisdom to a federal job, but I surely am connected to my community. Y'all don't forget that. And come on out and vote,
man. If when you win this, or if you win this, whatever term you want to use, we could write a book, How to Beat a Billionaire.
Oh, it'll be national news, and I'll probably have to write a book because this will be
How to Beat
upset
a
of the day,
Yeah,
and it could be done because folks tired of all that manipulation with money.
Well, you know, majority of the vote is in Dulles County. If the National Party put resources in Dulles County, majority, what percentage of all the votes come from Dulles County in regards to the Democrats? Is it like in 80%? Because we only got like 2 million people in the whole state.
Yeah, our registered voters.
Yeah, registered voters. So honestly, regardless if he win all the Western states,
about a third.
Yeah. So if you win the Omaha and Lincoln, you still could have a great chance of winning the whole state, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that so?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, mathematically, because of the concentration of people.
If I will win big in Douglas County, I'll do well in Lincoln. If I can get about 35% of the vote out west, I win.
So they put money into Miss Harris, the vice president.
Kamala?
Yeah, Miss Harris, or the vice president.
Yeah.
It makes sense to fund your candidates to bring more voters out. I just don't understand. They're not doing that. So that's what they don't want to win. That's what I'm saying. You play for Devaney. Yeah. Come on, man. He wouldn't allow that. You know what I mean?
You come Friday.
Give me the game plan because I'm gonna be asking for money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask for money for us and you.
Yeah.
I don't mind begging for the community.
Big mamas.
Big Mama?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Oh, yeah, do that.
I thank you for having me on.
Man, appreciate you. Sometimes you need.
We need to talk afterwards.
Yeah,
this last 30 days, I want to.
Okay, and then sometimes we need to have someone to go against all odds.
Yes.
Regardless, we are
tough enough and have the courage. And I hate to say it, but that's what you got to have.
Without doubt. So I want to let you know why you're alive because you are getting mature. No. We appreciate you taking the scrutiny, because it takes a lot of scrutiny to be out front, without doubt, and being critiqued. So we appreciate you taking it for us, without doubt.
Appreciate your listeners, faithful listeners, man, and faithful you. I could not do this show if you gave it to me. Because what time I had to get up?
Well, what
time did I have to get up?
Well, if we bring credibility, but also we bring authenticity.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
It's surreal.
So, man, my mama, I got goosebumps. God's in the house. Oh, my mama in there, and my mama wouldn't allow it, baby.
Yeah,
we can't go outside and mess up.
But that ain't what I'm talking. I'm talking
about.
Go
outside and mess up our name.
You know what time you got to get up, Robert? To do this show every day.
7. But I'm late sometimes. But when you're the boss, you can be a little late.
Yeah. All right, I'm turning it over to your next guest. He's a good man.
Hey, we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a quick break. Hold on a second. Let's take some commercials. The only candidate that have advertised, I want to thank him. I'm gonna play his ad 2 times so y'all know who has advertised with us. Let me see. I want to thank Preston Love coming. Our next guest, Robert Penn, is going to be coming. We're going to talk about this last shooting incident. So stay tuned for that. But we're going to play some commercials real quick. So support our sponsors. Boss with us. We're going to be right back. Boss with us. Hey, let's take a picture, Preston.
Yeah.
Only the best music in. Hey, it's Larry Britt, here to tell you about my friend Don Bacon. I was born and raised in North Omaha, 26 and Patrick Avenue. I went to Tech High School. I've lived in Omaha all my life. Over the last 8 years, I've seen firsthand the improvement Don has delivered for North Omaha. Don has secured over $11 million to restore North 24th Street and brought home a $25 million grant to renovate 30th Street. This money is building affordable housing, bringing in businesses, and making our streets safer and cleaner right here in North Omaha. Take a look around. I know you see it too. Don Bacon is bringing home the bacon. So please join me and vote for a good man who keeps his word and delivers for North Omaha. Vote Don Bacon.
I'm Don Bacon. I approve this message. Paid for by Don Bacon for Congress.
Hey, it's Larry Britt, here to tell you about my friend Don Bacon. I was born and raised in North Omaha, 26 and Patrick Avenue. I went to Tech High School. I've lived in Omaha all my life. Over the last 8 years, I've seen firsthand the improvement Don has delivered for North Omaha. Don has secured over $11 million to restore North 24th Street and brought home a $25 million grant to renovate 30th Street. This money is building affordable housing, bringing in businesses, and making our streets safer and cleaner right here in North Omaha. Take a look around. I know you see it too. Don Bacon is bringing home the bacon. So please join me and vote for a good man who keeps his word and delivers for North Omaha. Vote Don Bacon.
I'm Don Bacon. I approve this message. Paid for by Don Bacon for Congress.
Playing only the best music in the world. This is your number one radio station. 95.7 The Boss.
Looking for a new and exciting way to grow your career? North End Teleservices is hiring for full-time roles in customer service, administration, and leadership. Positions include competitive pay, benefits, paid time off, and tuition assistance. At North End Teleservices, our mission is to create jobs and change lives. We invest in our employees and are dedicated to helping them reach their personal and professional goals. Your success is our success. Embark on a new career today by joining our diverse team. Apply at northendteleservices.com. North End Teleservices is a proud supporter of KOWN 95.7, The Boss. African dialect and Spanish dialect. So building a tower now. Omaha, the birds, the blessed. We are back. I want to thank my man Preston Love. Oh yeah, he needs some love from y'all. Today is Love Yourself Thursday. We encourage, we demand that you do something that indicate, that prove that you love yourself. You know, I hang out with my grandkids because sometimes y'all spouses, y'all boyfriend, girlfriend, y'all mom, dads, you really don't get no unconditional love, but your grandkids give you unconditional love. All they want to do is eat, sleep, and play. And I can do all three of them. I can do all three of them good, can't you?
That's right.
Or even our young kids, because when I was a young father, my son be waiting at the door. Man, I love being a father. And that's why we're talking to y'all this morning, because I love being a father. I love being a grandfather. And I know I don't want mine to be on TV, with a bullet in them, because I know how I am. I'll be saying, guys, it's time to go. Yes, it's time to go. It's time to go. So it's time to go. Sometimes it's time to go. But we're trying to be intelligent about this, and one of the ways to do it is to dialogue, is to intervene and to come with a strategy, but also to be truthful in which the environment we're in. I've been saying it over and over since the World Herald came out with the report before the pandemic that Omaha is the only place in America where the incarceration rate has risen for the last 15 years. The only place in America. I've been saying it all along that the black man, the black boy, is the most endangered species. We are. I got the statistics. In all areas, if you're in certain zip codes, we die 10 to 15 years earlier than everybody else west and south of us. I got the statistics. So what are we going to do about it? Now, I'm a former probation officer. You hear criminals coming from outside of Omaha say, well, we're going to go hunt some people in North Omaha. They do that too. They be doing that too. And the reason how they can do it, because we splintered. How the police can harass us individually because we splintered.
That's right, brother. That's right.
Man, we smart over here. I know I know they said that brother used to stutter. Yeah, I still stutter. but he said he talked too much. But I'm going to yield. I got a guest in the house. This brother's an advocate of our community, love our community, and there's brothers that really love the community for real. It ain't is not afraid to throw adjectives, verbs, nouns, prepositional phrases, and predicates. And sometimes you might not like it, but even when you go in the kitchen, they said, "Man, you can't stand in the kitchen. Get out the kitchen. It's heat in here. There's friction in here. Over here, it's agitation over here in the kitchen." That's what happens in the kitchen in order to, bring out a great product.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
Nothing happens without agitation. Nothing happens without friction. Nothing of greatness, of sustainability. So I'm gonna let this brother talk. Was at a press conference. I played half of the press conference earlier. Later on, I'll play the second half of the press conference that was by the family. And we're gonna play the whole press conference because we want you to hear, everyone's point of view. And so by having like I said, your own communication tool, we gotta support it because now we can truly use our freedom of speech. You can't go on any other radio station or TV station and I could bring on a community advocate and he can speak from his heart.
That's why we're here for the boss.
So I'm gonna let this brother do what he does, and then we're gonna get right into dialogue. Go ahead and introduce yourself, big brother.
I am a father and a member of the North Omaha community. I love my community. It is my responsibility as a man, it's all of our responsibility as men to protect our community and to maintain our community. Clearly, we have an issue where the police as an institution do not value the lives of Black children. Okay. Again, they do not value the lives of Black children. And they see our children as an asset to put in a cage to make money off of, or as an animal on a safari that they can kill for a prize. That's what we're dealing with. And we have to clearly understand this too, Brother King.
Mm-hmm.
When you're dealing with a psychopath, he does not have a moral conscience that you can appeal to.
Without a doubt. You got to play on their level. I've been on different playgrounds. You got to adapt to that playground. Today's going to be a rough game today. Today might be a talkative game today. Today, we might have to fight today. On the playground, maybe they don't play outside no more. Is that what it is? People don't play outside no more because when you actually in the physical environment, that can happen. Some days can be good days, but some days can be rough days.
Well, here's the reality, brother. The reality is this, okay? As men, as fathers in our community, okay, we cannot accept the message that they sent. The police department have murdered 2 young Black males. One of them, they murdered him in his underwear in his own home. The brother they just murdered was running and fleeing from them.
Right.
He was fleeing from them. And they murdered him too.
Right.
And the brother pleaded for his life and he murdered him. So now we're dealing with a coward and a psychopath. Mm-hmm. And we need to hold him accountable as men. One of the things about this, brother, we have to understand this about language. Okay. Language is anything that transmits a message to your mind. Mm-hmm. Is language. Okay. Not just verbal sounds. Okay. So if a woman walked in here, she had no clothes on, brother, she wouldn't have to make a verbal sound. Mm-mm. But her body language
yes
would send a message to our mind. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so when the police murder our children, again, murder our children. Mm-hmm. Okay. Whether they're in the commission of a crime or not, they murder our children. They sent a clear message.
Right.
Okay. And we have to receive the message and we have to respond appropriately. Okay. Now, another thing, brother, listening and hearing are not the same thing.
Right.
Listening is taking note of what has been said. Hearing is taking note of what has been said and responding appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when we have a situation where we have neo-Nazi police officers who get up and murder our children and they think that it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
We have police officers laughing in front of the victims' family's face after they criminally murdered their child.
Right.
Okay. He was not in the commission of a crime. How does a traffic stop, which is a civil offense, turn into murder?
Yeah, without a doubt.
And if he's running and fleeing from you, obviously he's no threat to your life. And him possessing a gun doesn't mean that you get to murder him.
Without a doubt.
Brother, we had an incident where a white male fired shots at the police. I think 12, 14 times he fired his weapon.
Yep.
He was taken into custody unscathed,
Right.
not beat up, no scratches, no bruises, and alive. After he fired at the police.
I know. Yeah.
So clearly, brother, they do not value our lives. Okay. And so realistically, self-preservation kicks in.
Yeah.
Okay. Since you don't value my life, we will place value on our lives and we will protect ourselves from psychopaths, whether they have a badge or not. Okay. The chief of police needs to get his house in order. He needs to hold them accountable so we don't have to hold them accountable. And like I said, brother, in that meeting that we had at the 360 meeting, as a black man, as a father, you're not going to be able to murder our children. And all of us black men in the community, tragedy is a mother of new directions. We have to get together, make sure our children, our boys, are not engaging in dysfunctional behavior.
Right.
Where they can take their lives.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Okay. Let's bring in our young men. Take your young men to the BAA, the Black Agenda Alliance. Take your young men. There are a lot of sisters who are single mothers. They don't have any man in the house. And they need to understand that this was strategically set in place. Okay. They want a matriarchal household where there's no man in the house, with no moral conscience, so the children are dissing with emotion and dysfunctionality. This justifies them being able to murder our boys in the street. So what we need to do, brother, is bring our boys together, legally arm them, develop their mind and their discernment so they can see who the enemy is. We need our boys legally armed, not committing crimes, and we will use them as our front line and our force. Since the police department are functioning as an active army, looks like, brother, we need to get our army together.
Well, you know, they do have weaponry that resemble military.
And they're functioning as an active army in our community. They are functioning as the brown shirts. They are functioning as neo-Nazis. And they're murdering our children. And brother, we don't have to accept that too. Okay. God told me not to accept that.
Right.
I talk to the Creator all the time. What did he tell you, brother?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. You reap what you sow. Malcolm said, what's it? The roosters come home. So you know, everything is a boomerang effect. We're too intelligent not to not to negotiate. You know, our goal is to make sure that we protect our women and children. Even Minister Farrakhan, man, he really don't advocate violence, but it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable when you're killing our people. It's unacceptable.
Well, not only that, brother, again, violence is a language.
Yes, yes.
Okay. It is a language. And they are not the only ones who can exclusively speak that language. Okay. So the chief, he's got a tough job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so what he needs to do is the first shooting, the chief used his moral conscience and he followed the law.
Uh-huh.
And he fired that police officer. I commend the chief for that. That was the right thing to do.
Right.
Because we had Donald Klein, who's always been an enemy to our community, who doesn't value Black lives in North Omaha. He's always disregarded our lives.
Mm-hmm.
And the chief did fire that officer. Okay. That was the correct thing to do.
Right.
Now, what the chief needs to do, and he's got a tough job again.
Right.
He's got a very tough job because he's dealing with an old culture. Yeah. An old culture of good old boys. I don't know why we call them good old boys. Ain't nothing good about them. They're cowards. When you will murder a young man who was fleeing from you and pleaded for his life, the young man pleaded for his life, brother.
Yeah.
He pleaded for his life. He had, and then he was legally carrying.
Yeah. So I mean, so they have all that data when they pull that people over. All that data is known when they pull you over. So the police knew him, and of course, he felt afraid because I heard that the same police were harassing him, and so he was afraid of them. Similar to the young brother up at Northwest. I mean, where people are afraid. You know, you don't want to run up into a person that's afraid. You don't know what they're gonna do. You bullies out there, you're gonna reap what you sow. You know, God is on earth, boy. You heard Farrakhan. I played on earlier. I'm trying to be nice, but you know, the wrath is coming, y'all. It's coming. It's inevitable, especially if we continue to kill or allowing the killing of Black boys. It's going to be a boomerang effect, and we're trying to come on. We're actually coming on and letting you know. Period. I mean, just to make it clear, and I know the police and is listening, and which is cool. FBI, ATA, whatever. It don't make a difference, but what can we do different, Robert? Because I put responsibility on our church, because I think, like you said, we need to re-educate ourselves to make sure that we don't allow our boys to be in harm's way.
Mm-hmm.
If we get because I don't even know the new laws, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I did reach out to the top cop. The top cop is the sheriff. So I reached out to Aaron Hansen. So he'll be here next Tuesday, and we're gonna talk about the new law in regards to, because I think they were against it. I think most of the police agency was against this new law. But
they were against it being applied in their community.
Yeah, whatever.
They weren't against it being applied in our community,
right? But it's going to affect our community.
Mm-hmm.
And so I challenge our ministers, since they have church, they only open Wednesdays and Sundays, that they open up the church and really start some mediation, conflict resolution in our community. That's the first thing we need to do. So we can start healing ourselves, amongst ourselves. Until we saw that, we're gonna always be splintered, and it's gonna be easy for the police to attack us one by one,
mm-hmm.
or any other enemy from the outside to attack us one by one, because we're so splintered.
I think, brother, the primary thing, the first thing that we need to do is we need to realize that we have a deficit of men.
Okay. Right. So we got to stop. We got to start to bleed.
Mm-hmm.
We got to start to bleed.
It's the Black men in the community are not being men. We're absent on our posts.
Mm-hmm.
So this clearly, personally, for me, this falls on our shoulders. And
Without
so
doubt.
all the black men in the community,
Mhm.
we need to get together and we need to put together a process where we're taking over our households
Mhm.
and we're taking over our community. Okay. And we use our young men's strength
Mhm.
is being wasted.
Right.
They're turn on each other, killing each other.
Mhm.
Okay. And then they're being still targets and an asset
Right.
for the white power structure.
Right.
Okay. Now, like right now, brother, they're talking about building a $300 million cage.
Yeah, it's already done. Done deal. It's already
Right.
done.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Right. So that means that in that cage, our males,
Mhm.
your son, my son, our
Mhm.
grand boys,
Mhm.
our nephews, and all that, they see them as an asset to fill that cage.
Right.
And so our population of young people will go to that cage, okay, or go to the cemetery.
Mhm.
So our future is being killed off. And we have to understand that this is a strategic plan
Right now.
from their side.
Mhm.
So the first thing we need to do, we need to get together as men because manhood is lacking here.
Right. I
This
agree with
is
you.
why their community think it's okay to
Mhm.
come down in our community, arrest our children, and even murder them
Mhm. Mhm.
because the men who are supposed to be the front line are not the front line.
Right.
Okay. We have these matriarchal households where there's a woman in the house.
Mhm.
Okay. Once that male reaches a certain age as a teenager,
Mhm.
communication is going to dissipate between him and his mother because she can't show him how to be a man. She's
Right.
not a man.
Right.
Okay. And man means mind, brother. So after we reach a physical, biological state,
Mhm.
there has to be an internal development of the mind.
Mhm.
Okay. And women cannot transition our boys to that point.
Right.
That's what our job is. Okay. And we're absent on the job. Okay. All the men in this community need to get together and be men.
Right.
Okay. And then we need to contend with the men on their side. Okay. And get our house under control, get our ecos, get our boys,
Mhm.
okay, under control and educated and aware of who the enemy is.
Without doubt.
Our boys are running around here looking at each other thinking that they are their own enemy.
Right. Brother Watts said community groups and leaders are trying to provide things that they are not interested in, need to change approach. And like I said, this approach is the only approach that we can take. We gotta be purposeful.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Well, brother, we don't need to be concerned with who's going to respond to the call.
Right.
Okay.
Right. We just gotta be purposeful.
You know, like the scriptures say, he who has an ear, let him hear.
Without
Okay.
doubt.
And so it's going to always be a few of us anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And some of us are just scared of the master.
Right.
We scared to slay the beast.
Yeah.
When he act like a beast.
Well, man, hey, I like competition. I like competition. Without doubt. That's why I wore my jersey today. Because they wouldn't put my picture in the Fremont Tribune. You know, I've been fighting this fight for a long time. If we don't approach them head on, it'll never change.
Well, not only that, brother,
You know what I mean?
the men have to get together and we have to have quiet strategy rooms.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone doesn't need to be in those strategy rooms.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But clearly, okay, if the chief of police has neo-Nazis,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna call them that because that's what they are, and they cowards. When you have neo-Nazis who will murder 22-year-old babies, okay. Notice, brother, there is no epidemic of the black police officers going into West Omaha and shooting unarmed young white boys.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
We don't do that, do we?
Yeah, we don't do that. See that? We don't do that without a doubt. McQueen, yeah, we can talk privately. That's no problem. 'Cause I know we got people listening. I know spiked I got a broadcast license, so I know I'm tapped every second of the day, which is cool because my daddy's Air Force, so we law abiding over here, without doubt. But I always want to default to what we can change.
Mhm.
And then if we become a less of a splinter and more of a fist, it'd be hard for them to, take advantage of our boys, as well as our young ladies. And it starts with education. So I encourage the ministers to open up their doors, to be mediators, to be those advocates of peace, and for our young people. So if our young people need a safe haven, they know the church is open. The Catholic church is open every day a week. I don't know why the Baptist church is closed, or the Methodist, or the Jehovah's Witness. The Catholic church, you can go to right off a cathedral route. The door's open, and you can always go talk to a priest.
Well,
Or they can use the facility, or if it's a safe haven, if they're trying to get away from someone. You know how our community are. We got pedophiles all over this mug.
mhm.
So I mean, so I know the police is terrible, but we gotta look out for our own damn neighbors. Like I said, if real men come back, all that stuff will be cleaned up.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, brother. The children are not going to church,
Right.
and I understand why they don't, and I don't attend either.
I don't either. I don't either. But what other facility that we have, that we own, that can be used on a whim without having to rent it out? Besides the churches in our community, everywhere else you got to rent it out. Everywhere else, no. If they're supposed to be the foundation of God, this is their time.
Well,
To step out or move out the way.
I don't think that the church is at fault here, or any of our churches or pastors.
No,
because
I would say more as a tool. That'd be used as a tool. No, I'm not saying that it's their fault, but to help the plan out for where Black men can meet. I mean, even open the doors for that, even that.
Well, there's a church. I think this Church Claire. I was told that Sunday we're gonna, I think 4:00 at that church.
I think it's Saturday, ain't it? Okay, I think
or Sunday.
Is it Sunday?
Yeah, at 4:00. That's what I was told.
Okay,
I'll find out, make sure, because we're gonna all get together and discuss how we're gonna deal with this with a viable action plan.
Right, because aren't you tired of going to this stuff over and over?
Well, yeah, brother. But what we always start off doing, we always start off engaging in self-mutilation, and we start blaming each other.
Right.
For things that we're not responsible for.
Right.
Okay. There are no Black people or Black police officers, okay, that murder our children.
Right.
Okay. It is white men who are not from our community. They are psychologically detached from our community. They've been raised. Okay. We have to understand this, brother. We have to understand that coward that murdered that brother. Okay. We have to understand that he was raised psychologically to devalue us in his mind.
Right.
So that brother was like an animal to him. He didn't see him as a human being.
Right.
That same officer that murdered that brother, he wouldn't respond that way to a 22-year-old white boy,
right,
in West Omaha, would he?
Right.
He wouldn't think about shooting him.
Right. And there's only one officer that fired, right?
That's what we're getting. That's the narrative so far, brother. And it is clear that they are grafting a narrative, which means that you engage in criminal behavior. You did some things that you know that you shouldn't have done.
Well, I saw the video. The brother was out front. And if you got someone running away from you, even as a citizen, if you shoot them, and they back it toward, and they what I thought was funny is said, well, he wasn't shot in his back. So when what meant was when he jumped over the fence and he was facing, is that when the first shot came out?
No.
Because he was running and then he jumped over the fence and then so he's facing frontwards, but he's backwards. So was that when the officer shot him?
Well,
because their excuse, well, we didn't shoot him in his back. So I said, well, then when did y'all shoot him then? Because he was on the ground. He didn't had a gun in his hand when he was on the ground.
Well, the thing is, brother, he was running with his legally registered weapon, and it fell out. As he's jumping over the fence, it's falling out.
Okay.
So he
So he didn't have it in his hand.
Yeah, right. He never pulled the gun and pointed it at the police officers.
It didn't look like that either.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it didn't look like
and
that.
So they're equivocating.
Mhm.
Okay, and reason that they're equivocating is the proper context of the situation is with the officer. When was your life threatened? Okay, when did he pull a? You take the weapon and point it at you where your life was actually threatened. Okay, so if he points the weapon at the officer, then the officer, can within his rights use deadly force.
Right. But he was upside down, and so it looks, it's grainy. So, but even like the gun is pointed down. It's never, the gun's never pointed at the officer.
What they're giving us, brother, is a snapshot of him jumping over the fence and the gun falling off of him, away from him, off of his body.
So they made like it seemed like he was had a gun in his hand.
Well, they're not saying that. They want to infer that in your mind,
right? When I saw the video, it didn't like he have it in his hand because he's over the fence. He's grabbing the fence.
He's jumping over the fence, and while he's jumping over the fence, his gun is falling out of his pocket.
Right, and he still got his hands on the fence because the fence is like about 6 feet high, 7 feet high.
It wasn't like he pulled his gun out and he started running with his gun in his hand, and then he jumped over the fence, and then while he jumped over the fence, then he decided to point the gun at the police after he took off running from him. So the reality is, brother, he never took his weapon and pointed it at the police.
Yeah, so they shouldn't felt threatened, but he shot him on the ground. He shot him on the ground.
He shot him on the ground because when he jumped over the fence and he fell down,
right,
that's when the police murdered him.
Right. And he didn't have no gun in his hand.
He had no gun.
He had no gun. He didn't have no gun.
And his gun was on the ground.
Yeah, he didn't have no gun.
And his gun, he never took the weapon and pointed it at the police officers and threatened their lives.
Right. Well, wow, we gotta, wow. It's just. I'm just.
Well, I'm gonna say this to all the men, brother, in the community. Okay. And if you're scared, stay at home. I get it. We all got different temperaments, but I'm talking to the men in the community. Okay. We cannot accept them murdering our children, and we pay them tax dollars. You understand, brother? That young man, who that cop murdered, that young man paid his salary.
Right. He had 2 jobs.
Okay. He worked 2 jobs. Yeah. All of us are citizens in the community. We pay the police department with our tax dollars.
If it continues, I'm an advocate because I went through this giving out, they like to give out witnesses' addresses. When they, trying to testify in court, they like to give out witnesses' addresses to the defendant, and the defendant can go over there and try to intimidate or bribe them, or you try to kill them. I'm an advocate of giving up the defendant addresses. Everybody address need to be given out. You just don't give it out to the victim. So I don't know. We need to give out addresses. Is everybody that we hire are they address public record? Because I know they was protesting in some of the political figures' yards. Are the officer addresses are they public record?
Yeah.
Is it? Are we coming to with a different strategy? I know on a political realm, they go out in front of their houses and protest in front of their houses. What strategy are we going to do anything different than what we did yesterday, or if our strategy is to be legislative, or everything is on the table?
Well, I think that our strategy, brother, needs to be developed in quiet rooms, and then deployed after that. I'm just sending out the message, brother. They rung the alarm, not me.
Right. Heck
And
yeah,
so
heck yeah.
we're responding to the message that they sent, and the message from the police department is, we do not value the lives of young Black men.
Yeah, it's tough to
We will
argue
kill
against it.
them if they are in the commission of a crime or not.
Period.
We will murder your children. And as Black men, it is my job, it is my duty, okay, to get all the Black men together, and we're going to send them a message. You will not murder our children, and we pay you. You're supposed to serve us. That means you work for me. He worked for the young man that he murdered.
Right.
Okay. We pay your salary. We're citizens. We're not animals. North Omaha is not a safari.
Right out.
Where you can hunt down and murder Black men. And we have to understand this too, Brother William. Okay. We cannot let our children down.
Without doubt.
And let them think that white men can come in the community and murder them, and me and you as fathers, as men in the community, we're not going to do anything about it.
Well, that day is over with. The goal is to make sure that we get together. That's why I put pressure on God. I mean, if and the advocates of God, people have to know if they're being intimidated. You got to tell someone, and that's why I said that we cannot suffer in silence, and that's why I'm depending on the clergy, so people can feel comfortable coming. Well, this person, this officer, this teacher, or whomever it is, well, we got to start that dialogue of communication, so we can help each other out.
Well, not only that, brother,
we're not suffering or being intimidated alone.
Well, here's the thing, brother, too. We have to understand this, okay? Fear is a natural feeling. It's a natural emotion. Okay. Fear comes from the seat of the amygdala. Okay. The amygdala tells us when to engage in fight or flight.
Now, amygdala, explain that for those that's not on that level of terms.
Well, the amygdala is something inside of you, and it tells you instinctively when you're facing something to fight or run.
Okay.
In fact, it's also the seat of the ego.
Okay.
And the ego should be used for defense, not offense.
Right.
People who use the
negotiation. Right. Okay.
And so the thing about fear, brother, okay, and everybody that's probably been a soldier or been in a tragic situation or been in a life or death situation, okay, they had to psychologically go through the process of eating their fear and using it as fuel to accomplish what they must.
Right.
Okay. And so if you're afraid, those of us who have fear, that's okay. That's okay. You need someone to show you how to eat your fear and use it as fuel.
Without doubt.
Okay. The enemy wants you to stay in a disposition of perpetual fear. So that way you're in a state of paralysis. You do nothing. Okay.
Right.
You become like a rabbit that he can run into a corner. Guess what? Right. The Creator has manifested in you and I and all males the ability to objectively rise above our fear, eat it, and use it as fuel to accomplish what we must.
Without doubt.
Okay. And here's the thing we have to understand, brother. I'm not advocating violence. I'm not advocating vigilantism.
Right.
I'm not advocating disrespect for the police as an institution.
Right.
We need the police.
Without doubt.
Okay. Everyone needs the police department. Okay. But what we don't need neo-Nazi psychopaths and cowards.
Without doubt.
Okay. Who are unprofessional, who will murder our children and then go to the hospital, keep the family from seeing them, and then laugh in the family's face after you just murdered them. So now we're dealing with a psychopath.
Right.
Okay. And psychopaths understand violence. They understand that language. Okay. And so we have to understand too, brother, there's a difference between killing and murdering. Okay. The original text, the original meaning, if you go all the way back to ancient Kemet, we had the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. Okay. Now, the Europeans took 10 of them, stole them, plagiarized them, and turned them into the 10 commandments. Okay. And one of those commandments is, thou shalt not murder. Okay. But they tell us, man, it means thou shalt not kill. No, 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 no. There's a difference between murdering and killing. Murder is the unjustifiable taking of life. Killing is the justifiable taking of life. Okay. So men might have to kill to protect lives. We might have to kill to preserve life.
Right. So that's what Israel is doing over in Palestine. So I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Well, I mean, Israel, since we got on that subject, brother, Israel is a U.S. garrison, and they
I like the words you. I like the words you're using. I like smart people. You say garrison. Now, what does garrison mean?
A garrison is a military extension. So Israel is actually a extension of the United States military.
Right.
All the bombs that murdered the 40,000 Palestinians, not only that, brother, but half of the Palestinian population are 16-year-olds.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're murdering unarmed children over there.
Wow.
Unarmed children. It's no different than, if you look at the criminal state of psychopaths that we call Israel today, okay, they're actually, it's like shooting at fish in a barrel. The Palestinians are in an open air prison, unarmed, waiting for them to just kill them indiscriminately. If you look at Israel, brother, we're looking at genocide in real time. Okay. And Kamala and Biden, they sent weapons over there to murder 40,000 people over there. 50% of those people over there were children. So that's murder.
So
that's not killing. That's murder.
I asked Preston Love, and I don't know if you're a vote man.
I am. We got to vote for the right people.
Would you like to disclose who you're going to support?
I don't mind that. Right now, I'm up in the air. I think Donald Trump is controlled opposition. I don't trust him. I've seen where he has subscribed to globalization and Zionism. He flip-flops. The issue with the issue that I have with people in politics today is they're caught up in the polarization of right versus left, Republican versus Democrat, when the real reality of politics is globalization. There are people who are elite psychopaths who want to establish a one world government. Okay. This is not a conspiracy. Okay. I'm talking about people who are conspiring against all of us. And so the surface of it, most people are drawn into the surface and the polarization. So they think in terms of right and left. And so, and mostly, particularly our people, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and say it, brother. Most of our voting bloc consists of Black females, and they have been skull dragged by that liberal plantation for the last 60 years.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, and that's why I asked Brother Love, because our agenda seems like it's never on that platform. Well, it's like we always carrying their agenda, abortion, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing really directed truly for poverty. The plight that we're actually going through, it's never on a Democratic slate.
Well, the Democrats, brother, have been whoring our votes out for the last 60 years. I'm going to tell you this, brother. I don't know why any Black person that's aware of Kamala Harris' career would even consider voting for her.
So it's a toss up for you then.
For me, I'm going to probably write in. I would make a strategic vote for Trump because of the economy. I think the economy would be better with him in there. We already seen that the economy would be better. He does engage in some anti-establishment things, but he's not consistent. Kamala would be a sock puppet.
That's why I feel also. So I rather go with and the reason why I like Trump is because he show you he is what he is. You know, to me, he is what he is. Y'all might call him a liar, but he letting you know who he is.
Well,
You know what I mean?
what amazes me, brother, is how they can tell us, because we only know what to think.
Right.
We won't even look at policies.
Right. I follow his policies. So if he could pass right policies for his homeboys, I could read the same policies and take advantage of it.
Well, not only that, brother, we don't need to like or love whoever's in office.
Right.
Okay. Unless they homegrown.
I agree with you.
Like, for example, I mean, I absolutely, the Democratic Party, if you look at their policies, I mean, it's mass incarceration, abortion. They got black women, brother, thinking that killing their children is liberation.
I know. And it'd be on TV too, man. It'd be on TV. And I'll give this example. Massa used to rape your grandparents and they didn't abort their kids.
Brother, on the plantation, black women didn't own their bodies.
Right.
They couldn't have enough children. They were systematically raped, not just by the white man, but other black men were forced to have sex with them.
Yeah.
Okay. So she couldn't have enough children.
Right.
Okay. And then when she had them, they just take them from her and send them everywhere, like she's a dog, literally having a litter. Okay.
Right.
But now, post-slavery, when they're supposed to share in citizenship,
right?
Now we have the Eugenic Society, changed its name to Planned Parenthood,
right?
And the Eugenic Society exclusively started off with the abortion agenda, brother, to reduce black people's population,
without a doubt,
post-slavery.
And we have this knowledge, and we still have black women up front, toting that message. I mean, y'all can't get mad now. I don't believe in incest and rape. First of all, we're not advocating that. But if you're having fun out there, then you should take responsibility. And then anyway, I always go back to when women say men try to take care of take over their body. Come on, women. I know plenty of women out there that on purpose they decide not to have a child. A woman can decide not to have a child when they decide to.
But didn't they both lay down and decide to have sex?
Right.
Okay. But here's the thing, brother. Again, that's why I don't like the Democratic Party, because they have most of our people, especially our women, they don't know the difference between social justice or social engineering. If our sisters were really educated, they would oppose Parent Parenthood. Margaret Sanger, who was one of their vocal crusaders, she was an honorary Klansman. She went all throughout the South recruiting preachers so they could kill off and reduce our birth rate. Margaret Sanger.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have black women championing her.
Right. I don't understand it. And then they go to church. They do Jesus this, Jesus that. And then they one man said, I don't need no man. So we got a lot of work to do, brother. And that's why I talked about. I know we can go after the police, but that's micro. We need to go at the macro, and that's us fixing us.
The family unit.
Yeah,
our family unit is destroyed. One thing they've done with our woman, brother, is they pulled her into the corporate basement. And so the sisters, because they've been pulled into his corporate basement, they've been indoctrinated with his processes and his ways. And so they think that they're smart, but he just taught you how to be slick. He taught you how to be cooperative. He taught you how to be a footing underneath his system. And he's also taught them how to have contempt for their man.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
And so we have to look at the playbook of white supremacy, brother, and how it operates.
Without a doubt. Yep, we gotta re-educate. We gotta re-educate, man. I did have one brother was trying to call in. I'm gonna see if I can call him. He called several times. He wanted to participate in the conversation. I don't know if the brother's still listening. I'm gonna try to call him. Let me see if he'll answer.
Who's that, brother?
I don't know. You know how we do it. Let's see if he'll answer. We'll see if his brother. Hey, big brother, I'm gonna bring you online. So, all right. So, hold on 1 second. All right. Let me see. Oh, call failed. Hey, but failed. I haven't called again. But Omaha, we're talking to my man Robert Penn. We're talking about just what happened.
Hello.
Go ahead, big brother. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, big brother? Appreciate you calling in.
Oh yeah, this is Rodney. Rodney. Yes. I was, I like Mr. Penn, man. He got a lot of positive things to say. I appreciate him, man. And you're right, man. We need to step up as men out here and try to protect our kids, man. They shot that kid on the ground, man. They had to, man. Or they shot him in the back.
Yeah, because he was running backwards and then he flipped over the fence. So I'm thinking they shot him soon. He flipped over the fence. That's what I'm thinking. Then they shot him on the ground. He had his hands up. His hands was away from the gun.
Well, not
Yeah,
only,
I want to go by there and look at that fence and see if any marks in the fencing from the bullet going through the fence.
Interesting.
well, not only that, brother Rodney. Within all natural reason, brother. If someone is fleeing from you, running from you, they're no threat to you.
Right, man. It wasn't no threat.
So
we
there was no
traumatized,
reason,
man.
There was no reason to discharge the weapon.
No, they got all this information in the car.
Yep.
They could pick him up later or something,
Yep.
Or you could chase him down and apprehend him alive.
Yep. Because he was away from his weapon. He would have kept running.
Yep.
Who knows, man? But we traumatized as black men out here too, man, as far as dealing with the police.
And that young man had several incidents with them prior to this.
Mm-hmm.
So
man.
He'd even called his mother several times. Okay.
Yeah, they know who he a part of, man. It's not just he was just in my opinion, casualty of war, man. The one they really want is somebody that they're always trying to get, man. And so they punishing that young man by all means necessary, man. It's not just, I mean, they targeting all his kids.
Yeah.
And we have to understand this too, brother Rodney. Okay. When they murder our children like that, okay, that means that they devalue all of our lives. And they want to kill our future. Us, okay. Understand this, brother. Okay. There are many weapons, and time is also a weapon. And so they're engaging in killing off our future.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I was checking out Yakim Awaken, and he was talking about the foods that we eat and how they've been doing studies showing that the men is losing a lot of their testosterone and it's being replaced with estrogen. And I mean it's bigger than just the cops killing us. They killing us in all ways and fashions, man. Mm-hmm. They got our kids listening to this. Got these new girls out there talking about different things, like the gorillas and the sexy reds. Then you have the open gayness, like it's okay. They try to teach it in school. I mean, it's we're getting hit by all angles, man.
Definitely, brother. There's many different tactics in war. Like you just mentioned, the food. I mean, the GMOs, the genetically modified food, it is really, especially all that soy, brother. Y'all need to stay away from all that soy. That soy is an estrogen mimicker. And so what happens is, especially the women, they need to really stay away from it because they already produce estrogen. And so when they eat the soy, they have an overload on estrogen, which makes them gain weight. Mm-hmm. That's why our sisters are bigger.
Okay, you know, Chinese food?
No, brother. And here's the thing.
So where you get soy at?
Soy?
Yeah, where you get it at? Where's it? Is it in most of our food or something?
They're putting soy ubiquitously in all of our food.
Oh, really?
Actually, man, the soybean was produced by our great ancestor Carver as a as a chemical to add to paint.
As a chemical to add
Yeah.
to paint.
Add to paint.
They use it as biofuels for diesel.
Yeah, it's a synthetic oil. Okay, and so they're putting this in the food because the chemists, they understand that it's poison.
Right.
And so you're eating all this soy. The sisters are eating the soy, and it's an estrogen mimicker.
Right.
So now they're having an overload on estrogen. So their body is blowing up like they're fat, like they're pregnant.
Right.
And they don't even have to eat that much of it. And then with us, the males, we eat it. It makes us lethargic, feminine.
So I didn't know at the time, right? Because it's a source of protein. So when I was in sports, you know, that was a part of, you know, eating tofu. You know, I was trying to find highly
it's in
protein.
everything.
Yeah. So now I know that it's not good for us.
Your bread,
and
your candy bar,
bread.
It's in the bread too.
Everything.
It's everything, man. It's a filler. It's they use it for added weight also in foods because they sell food by the weight.
It's also a carcinogen.
Yeah, man.
It causes cancer. It disrupts the normal process.
But another thing too, man. I would like to see the be in the war rooms before they do the no-knock search warrants. You know, I think all of us used to play sports, and you have a coach that pump you up before you go out there, or pump you up to get this last play because we only got 20 seconds left, and everybody's pumped up. So I'm pretty sure in some of those no-knock search warrant situations, they pumping the right person up. Like I was listening to Ice Cube the other day. He said, as far as the West Coast, East Coast beefs, I'm kind of going all over the place, but he said he don't like to get in that type of stuff because you don't know what's going to happen with the third party, the one that no one knows about. You know, you see your enemy in front of you, but you don't know this kid on the side is pumped up to do dirt to you. Just like when they shot
Nipsey.
Yeah, or going on the political thing where Sarah Palin was running for office and she had bullseyes on all the candidates.
Yep.
And out the blue, somebody shot that Gifford.
Yep. Shot her opponent. Yep. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. So yeah, man, it's pretty deep out there. But I'm glad you let me get on for a second, man. I can rumble all day, man, but I appreciate it, man, because we do need to step up and get into our own war rooms, man, that have some plans, man. And we might have a third party out there that can help us out too, you know. It might be somebody who want to crash out, don't care.
Well, the enemy always sends someone that look like us. They're
gonna be in the war room with us.
But as long as we have a righteous plan, we'll mind getting money from the FBI, ATF. You know, we'll use it for the right means because our plans is to do right.
Yeah, man.
And if God wants us to up it a notch, God gonna be there with us. Period. So we probably just add them to throw a couple of lightning bolts out the sky or something. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the things that we particularly here that we need internationally, we need a system, brother. We have to put together a system that we can plug in and out of, okay, that allows us to deal with them because we're up against their systems and their budgets.
Period.
Oh yeah, man. We don't have enough money and stuff, man, to compete with a lot of this stuff. But we resilient people, man. We know how to mix and match up stuff, man, to make it like dude said. We put the work on it, man. We got ways to do things, man. We just have to step up as a people, man.
Well, you know, with the collective knowledge and collective intelligence and collective wealth, that's the way to do it for real.
And we have to be men. That's why I'm calling on the men. This is our responsibility, brother.
Yeah.
They send a clear message to us. Okay. We will murder your boys, even when they legally possess a weapon.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will murder them when they're running from us. We will murder them in their underwear, in their own homes.
Yeah, without a doubt.
We will murder you. That's what I said, brother. There's a difference between murdering and killing.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I'm glad you brought that up, man, because you said I thought it was thou shalt not kill, but it's thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
All
We
right.
don't need to take life unjustifiably.
Wow. Wow. Yeah,
Okay.
that was up in the new site. So that's why God said eye for eye. Okay, God, I
Mhm.
see. That explains some things.
Mm-hmm.
That explains some things. So,
Mm-hmm.
see, we smart over
Yeah.
here. See all the definitions we give you guys, the clarifications.
Yeah, it's wild.
Didn't David kill?
Yeah, he sent his
Didn't Moses
chief of,
kill?
Yeah, I heard
yeah.
they did.
Didn't Muhammad kill?
Yeah, I heard they
Mhm.
did. I think God killed.
According to the Bible, when they approached the person that y'all call Jesus, okay, he told his guys to do what? Put their weapons down.
Okay, by force. So, yeah, that's the only way you can be able to put their weapons down.
Well,
by force.
if he's telling his disciples to not use their weapons,
Mhm.
clearly they were armed.
Right.
What were they armed for?
They're like the Book of Eli. Oh yeah,
Brother,
they'll spank a butt.
you
Yeah,
you
they
use
have weapons.
armaments and weapons for
Right.
the purpose of killing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And so we need to get out of this pseudo beta male liberal plantation cuck mentality. Okay.
Wait, the preachers don't preach like that, brother.
Oh man, don't get on the preachers now. Shoot. I call them tide takers. Tide takers.
Hey, I brought my sidekick. You know they call me Reverend New Hope. Hope you got.
You know what's interesting, brothers, brother? You know, yesterday, October 2nd,
What's that?
was the day the great Nat Turner was born.
Ooh.
Oh,
The
he's
great
leaving
Nat
too.
Turner was born October 2nd, yesterday.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
And the great Nat Turner, his job was, before he made his move, his job was to be a preacher and teach the people how to suffer peacefully.
Yeah, we don't have
The preachers were
we need
placed,
that.
the preachers were developed on the plantation. They were a specific individual that they allowed to read.
Right.
And make sure that he was indoctrinated with the Bible. So he could, when the slaves worked from Monday to Saturday, they would allow them to go to church. And Nat Turner's job was to teach the people how to suffer peacefully.
Right.
That's the preacher's job.
Right.
Okay. What did Nat Turner do?
He taught the opposite.
He decided, I'm not going to deceive anymore.
Right.
Now, just think if he had reconnaissance help from Africa.
Right.
Or he had other help. Okay. That brother got up and did what? He placed value on his life.
Right.
Okay. Any real God will tell you to place value on your life. Any real God that you want to worship is not going to tell you to submit to oppression and be a still target for someone to murder you.
Without a doubt.
Okay. So all of this, a lot of the preachers don't teach that, brother, because they weren't taught properly.
No.
Okay.
They're submissive.
Yeah. I mean, the scriptures say what? An eye for an eye.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's very, very clear.
I like that. I like Gino. The one I see on.
Yeah, I like Gino too. I like Gino.
Gino?
Yeah, he's a preacher.
And it was another one. It was another.
He kind of teach like you. Oh, he raw. All the other preachers don't like him.
I mean, brother, I'm gonna say, Pastor Ballard. Okay. I respect Pastor Ballard.
Okay. Now, where he's at?
He's Assembly of the Saints.
Oh, here, Ballard. Oh, heck yeah.
I respect Pastor Ballard because, like, for example, we had Dr. Umar here.
Yeah, yep.
Pastor Ballard ain't scared.
No.
Pastor Ballard bring Dr. Umar to the church
twice.
Pastor Ballard have people come to the church, discuss them being victims of the police. Okay, he's one. I can't speak for all preachers, brother. And I'm not going to indict preachers. The preachers are not the problem.
No, but they can be part of the solution.
Okay, they can be part of the solution. So I don't want to do no blanket indictment of all the preachers. There are preachers that get up and do a lot of good.
Oh, you want to?
The brother that's a preacher for the NAACP. Brother Williams, he stepped up.
Yeah, Brother Williams going to be here. I'll meet with him on Friday. He took my suggestion. The NAACP should be using the law schools over at UNL and over at Creighton, because each of them have a civil rights division.
Mhm.
And how are we going to train future lawyers if they're not dealing with real cases?
Mhm.
And so even in this case, if Creighton don't take it, let's go to UNL and figure out what strategies, what legal strategy we could come for, what legislation that we need to craft, and so we can stop the bleed. I want us to behave different. We're too intelligent to continue to protest and some people perceive threat.
Well,
You know what I mean?
we need to bring in. I was talking to some people, brother. We need to bring in, and the senators are they're on our senators, Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney. They're on the front line, and they suggested that we need a special prosecutor. I agree with that 200%. We need a special prosecutor.
Oh yeah, without doubt.
Klein has shown that he doesn't value Black life at all. He's been consistent with sending us a message that your life is not worth anything because you're Black. He's been consistent with that message.
Right.
So we do need to bring in some special prosecutors. We need to use every measure possible civilly.
Oh yeah, without doubt.
However, brother,
Yeah.
it is the duty, of a civilized man to civilize the uncivilized.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So if we have police officers who are uncivilized,
so we need to identify them and figure out a strategy on how we need to change the policy with the police union in relationship with the marriage negotiation. Well, we need to be on that level, really, because the police union actually give these guys their jobs back, especially in those situations. Even though the chief recommend firing, they still can go through arbitration.
Well, not only that, brother. Remember when before the Irish became honorary white people, they were abused by the police department themselves. Before they became honorary white people. And what they did is they infiltrated the police department. Okay. I think there are many variables that we need to apply. And one of them, we need to take 100 to 150 young Black men, vet them, educate them, prepare them, make them aware of their responsibility to the community, and have them go down. We need 100, 150 of us become police officers, and they patrol the community.
Makes sense to me.
On the police force. And we can also have the BAA, Brother Kasim, and other men like that provide other security.
Right.
Okay.
And also some of the training too. They could be a advocate of the Black Police Association. Everybody need to work together. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, we don't, we can't just be stuck with trying to match their extremes.
Heck no.
Okay.
We work for God.
That's right.
We work for God. And we come with solutions. Even though it's tough, we come with solutions. Even with the devil, we come with solutions.
Right. But I also, brother, want to also bring us to the realization too. Okay. When you're dealing with a psychopath, you will have to use his language.
I agree with you.
Okay. You have to use his language because I'm gonna have to communicate with you. Okay. And so us Black men, we need to make sure that we're prepared to speak their language. Okay. So that if the chief of police can't control or remove the psychopaths in his institution, and they think they can still come in the community and murder us, brother, we have to show them otherwise.
Right.
We have no other choice.
I've been hearing about these stories way back when I was young. Officer Red and all these different officers that have been, so-called thorn in our sides. And it's important that if someone out there has been harassed, that you tell someone, so we can document, so we can, start targeting people. Because right now, they can intimidate us individually, and we suffer individually. And so that's why it's important that we have some mechanism where people can let us know what's going on, so we can, like I said, develop that strategy. So we start protecting each other.
I remember, brother, years ago, man, when I used to run in the streets, and we had Crips and Bloods here, like you mentioned, Red. We used to call him Dirty Red.
Okay.
and he had a partner called Jughead.
Okay.
And they used to harass us. We were all teenagers.
Right.
They used to do all kind of vicious stuff.
Same thing the young man said he was going through.
Mhm.
They got killed the other day.
Mm-hmm. And so what occurred was they forced us to stop looking at each other as an enemy. And I remember talking to guys from 16th Street or Vietnam or whatever neighborhood they were from, Crips, Blood, all of us.
Right.
We had a conversation, brother, about responding, okay, to their harassment. Okay. We were going to respond to their harassment. And we also had a meeting with Ben Gray and Ernie Chambers at Carl Washington was the boxing coach back then.
Yep.
We had a meeting there. Okay. But us youngsters, they put us in a state of mind to understand. Okay. You want to kill me. You want to harm me.
Right.
You're criminalizing my existence.
Right.
Okay. And we're not going to tolerate that. So, but what we need, but what we didn't have, we didn't have men.
Right.
To show us how to use that masculinity.
Now, speed it up to now. Now we have the men. And that's why I asked what we're going to do different. Because we went through 20 years, 30 years of that cycle of perpetual same decision making.
Well, what we had to do, brother, we had to take our young men and show them the playbook of white supremacy. We had to explain to them, and not only that, brother, the men in the community, we need to eliminate gangs.
Right.
And then we eliminate the gang unit. Okay. We don't need our boys hunted and stalked.
Right.
Okay. And so we had to gather together, brother, and circle the wagons.
Right.
Okay. We got to call the family back into the house.
Yeah, without doubt.
Okay. And establish some order here. Okay. And take our young men and use them as our front plank. You don't get to gang bang.
Right.
We eliminate gangs.
Yeah.
And explain to our young men, you engaging in this criminal behavior gives them the pretext to try and murder you. Okay. So what are they going to do if our young men are not running around being criminals? And then why are youngsters run around engaging in criminal behavior?
Right.
Poverty.
Yeah, poverty.
Poverty. See the game? So we got to take our young men and let them know your father has been absent. We're on the job now. Okay. And at the same time, brother, we have to be realistic. Okay. Some of us are mentally dead.
Right.
And some of us are trash. And you got to take the trash out. Okay. So we do have niggas. Okay. And we need to let the niggas die a natural death. Okay. They're gonna work against every good thing that you or some of us who are aware of the problem, they're gonna operate against us.
Right.
So there's all these realities that we're gonna have to contend with.
Right.
Okay. But I'm here today, brother, to give out the call to Black men. Let's get together, okay, and put together a plan to take over our community so we can have a united front. Okay. We don't need to have the sisters in there.
Right.
Okay. We need to stop that. Okay. This is our responsibility as men. Okay. And the men, our men, need to contend with their men. Okay. Let's stop getting under the girls' skirts. You can pray for me, honey, at home.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm calling out the men in the community to be men, because we got to understand this, brother. You got grandchildren. You got grandson, don't you?
Two. I'm fighting now while I'm alive.
Now, wouldn't that same cop murder your grandson?
Oh,
sure he would.
I would not. I wouldn't be
Sure he
alive. I know how I am. And so this is William King speaking. If one of mine's like that, we all dying.
And we have to understand, brother.
We all dying, for real.
The two brothers they just murdered, those are our sons. Those are our children.
Yeah.
They're part of this community. Okay. And you unjustifiably, you murdered them. You didn't kill them. It would be a different situation, brother. That young man pulled out his gun and he tried to take that officer's life. then the officer is well within his rights
Yeah, without a doubt.
to what? Kill.
But he ran away from them.
But he didn't kill that young man. He murdered him.
Right.
He unjustifiably took his life.
Right.
Okay. And so we need to be clear about these things, and we need to be clear about what we are as men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My nature as a man says unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't go for that.
Without a doubt. Well, brother Penn, I appreciate you. Obviously, this is affecting our whole community. For our Caucasian brothers and sisters, we are not in the jungles practicing to kill you. We don't have militias. Even our black police officers, you don't hear them killing white citizens. And so they do have a tolerance. And so white officers should also have that tolerance. You got to talk to your own brothers and sisters. We've been doing this for decades, centuries, to not be subjected to violence. But oh no, 2025 is no more jive. It's not happening no more. It's not happening no more. Period. It's not happening no more. And so if we can't come to an equal medium, then what your children book said, eye for eye. I think that's what the children book say. Eye for eye. We don't want to go to that level, but it's already at that level already.
And not only that, brother,
in some instances, it's already at that level. In some instances,
not only that, brother, you know, when you are connected to the Creator, you understand that you're going to live forever. So we're not worried about death. We've been dying.
Right. It's inevitable. So appreciate you, brother Penn. Again, there's going to be a meeting. Is it Sunday?
I believe Sunday at Clare Church at 4:00. I need to confirm that. That's what I've been told.
Right. Yeah. So it's either Saturday or Sunday. I thought it was Saturday, but either way, it's going to be this weekend. It's going to be a community meeting based off the two shootings of the young black man.
And so far, man, I'm enjoying how all the different organizations are responding.
Yeah.
The Empowerment Network has responded. The Reverend for NAACP has
Williams.
Responded. Reverend Williams, another Reverend Urban League. He came out and responded appropriately. The BAA, we need to support Brother Kasim and what he's doing and his engagement with the young men. We need to fill his ranks.
Right.
Brother Sherman, we have like Preston, he's running. Okay. Again, I have personal issues with the Democratic Party, but I would vote for him because I know him personally, and he's just wearing that hat, and he will help our community. So especially locally, we need to definitely vote locally. Like Klein, we could have voted that clown out.
We don't vote, and
look at these crazy judges.
Right,
we need to be voting them out.
Right.
Okay. So we have to make our people aware of the system that we're dealing with too.
Right now, like I said, it's an institution. There's good people in all those institutions. Of course, we need the police. Black people actually utilize the police department more than anyone. We trust them more than anyone,
and we pay them.
Yeah, without a doubt. But we have to weed out rogue people. Like we fire people at the post office, we need to fire people at the police station too.
Yeah.
We should not have the ability where the arbitration and the union, especially in an egregious situation like the brother got shot in his underwear.
Well,
and he had to have a gun in his hand.
And not only that, brother, like the officer that just murdered that brother. Okay. Okay. We need to sit down with the chief and let him know he is not allowed to patrol our community.
Yeah, again. Yeah, put him at the desk.
I don't care. I don't care if he beats the case or not, brother. He is not allowed to move around in our community. Yeah, he is a psychopath.
Right now.
He is a coward. You have murdered young black men who are pleading for their lives, who are fleeing from you. Okay,
we should have some decision making on who patrols our community.
Exactly.
We should.
Exactly. And that's going to be one of the things that I'm going to present to us. We need to go and get 100 to 150 young black men, vet them, prepare them, explain to them their commitment to the community, and we put them on the police force, and we let the police chief know these are the individuals that need to be patrolling our community.
Right.
We don't have to worry about them murdering us.
Right. Without doubt.
Okay. Being in the commission of committing a crime, brother, doesn't mean I get to take your life.
I agree with you. Without doubt.
And if you're a good police officer, a professional, then you would take people to jail alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't murder people. Okay. And what they're creating, brother, is our utter contempt and disrespect and disregard for that institution.
Without doubt.
What good is that institution if it'll kill me when I call you? Okay. Look at that sister, man. That sister, she rebuked the officer in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you. She called the police. They came there. She became the suspect.
Right.
She rebuked him, and he murdered her in the kitchen.
Right. They do it over and over and over.
Okay. And the reason why, brother, they display that kind of behavior because they understand the men on your side are absent.
Right. So like George Floyd never happened. Huh. Did George Floyd ever happen?
like Zimmerman. Okay.
Right.
Brother, his father, I don't have no respect for his father. This man murdered your son, then made jokes about it. You're not going to do nothing about that?
Right.
See, that's when, brother, we become an instrument of justice ourselves.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I have no respect for his father. I don't.
Right.
Okay? He murdered your son and then made jokes about it.
Yeah, that.
Okay?
I know I wouldn't.
And once the system fails, brother, then we become the instrument of justice ourselves.
Without doubt. Omaha, the birds of blessed. We are the boss for a reason. Oh, yeah, without a doubt, baby. Some people don't like truth tellers. Some people don't like those that use their First Amendment right, the freedom of speech. But thank God for my mama and them. Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Thank God for my mama and them. Today is Love Yourself Thursday. Be purposeful on loving yourself. Be intentional on loving yourself. I generally hang around my grandkids. Man, I can't wait to get around them and give them a hug. What brings love to you, do it today. If it's cooking, spend time with your spouse, get some extra sleep, smoke your cigar, whatever it is that indicate that you love yourself, do it today. We cannot love anyone else unless we love ourselves. And the reason why people are hurting people, because they are hurt people. Although my mama picked cotton, although I had to pick her up from cleaning Caucasian people houses when I was in high school and college, she never taught me, she never gave me the burden of hate towards Caucasian people. She never passed on that burden. So we do have white folks or Caucasian people that have that burden that have been passed on from prior generations that black people are inferior. No, we're not. Study anthropology, we the first. Everybody else is our children. Period.
We are genetically, culturally, and intellectually their parents.
Without doubt.
And they need to be taught that.
Without doubt. That's what I teach in that order. Don't get mad at me because we're smart over here. And this is going to be up to us to start educating our children. We can't depend on anyone else to educate our children. Period.
The Greeks and the Romans, brother, were students of our African ancestors. They were students.
And now we got Greeks going, I'm such. And they get mad at me. Don't get mad at me, Greek. Sororities, don't get mad at me because y'all haven't built nothing. Y'all still working for massa. What have y'all built? Yeah, we got the smoke, with the Greek letters, y'all the smartest, got the most degrees, but they haven't built no businesses. They haven't built parallel structures. They're still working for massa. So most of you got a Greek mindset. You think you're superior, in a Roman theology.
Ooh, Roman theology. That was heavy, brother.
Oh yeah, I mean
Greek mindset and Roman theology.
Yeah, that's what they follow. Dude, man, we real smart over here. Thank you for Martin Luther. Martin Luther separated from Catholicism because he felt the priest should be getting married because they was doing what they was doing to the little kids, and they still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Period. So over here, 95.7 the boss. Oh man, we're the boss for a reason. We understand that we don't get support from people, but you know, we work for God, man. I tell you, if you want to be on God's side, God pay tenfold. God paid tenfold, baby. And health is wealth. Brother Penn, hey, the struggle continues. I'm glad we're alive to be in the struggle for real. I'm glad we're alive to in this time to participate in the movement of our community.
Mm-hmm.
Even Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, during their heydays, they wasn't liked by their so-called preachers, their so-called ministers. But someone has to go against the grain. We're from Omaha, which means to go against the current. How can we behave any different? We bred like this.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't no sucker ducks over here for real. And so, like brother said, that one word he said that that controls the mind to fight or flight.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all messing with that type of what part of the mind that is?
The amygdala.
Yeah, y'all messing with the mandala. Y'all want to mess with the mandala. But that's what's happening for real.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The brother he ran, but you're gonna have other brothers like South Family. They're gonna jump out on you. And
we can't always run.
Right now. You're gonna have some people jump out on you for real.
Okay. We can't always run.
And we don't want that to happen because everyone has families. And if we are intelligent beings, but we should be willing to negotiate for the betterment and the safety of officers and the safety of our citizens.
Brother, there was brothers, man, that was at the hospital. Okay. They had to diffuse the situation with the police.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, the sergeant was going off.
Okay. You have citizens from our community had to diffuse the situation with the police. That's the police job.
Right.
He's called a peace officer. You're supposed to bring about peace.
Right. They're not doing that, brother.
They're there acting like criminals.
Yeah.
Murdering people and then laughing.
Right. Antagonizing.
Inciting.
Yeah. Everybody not gonna go for that, y'all. We made different. I'm telling y'all, we're talking like this for a reason. We're talking very peacefully and calmly. I really want to hit y'all with the vinegar, some more vinegar, but it starts with communication, and hopefully, those that can make a decision of change, let's get it done. All right. Anything else, brother Penn?
All the black men in the community in North Omaha who are men, you need to redeem yourself. And if you have been a man, we need your manhood. We need to collectively get together, come up with a plan to reconstruct our own households first, regulate your own household first.
Yeah.
And then we need to pull in our young men, eliminate gangs.
Yes.
We don't need any more boys in gangs.
Yeah, period.
We need a real rite of passage that can develop our young males into men. And we don't need them running around killing each other illegally unarmed. Okay?
Period.
Let's make sure our boys are legally armed and they understand the laws, and we pose a united front.
Right.
So we don't have to run doing a traffic stop and get murdered.
Right now.
They murdered him, brother. A civil offense, a traffic stop turns into a murder?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it shouldn't be like that. But if black men, I'm scared when I get pulled over by the police, and I'm law abiding, and I'm pro police. I'm a former probation officer, so and I still feel afraid when I see those lights behind us because just the history. And we don't know how those other people were raised.
And we also need the good police officers
to step up
that are in that institution. Okay. Remove the neo-Nazis.
Yeah, it's
okay.
easy.
The people who have a political agenda, who put on that suit, okay, who come to North Omaha and they see us as animals. Okay. I tell you what, brother. They keep pushing it. We're going to show them who we really are. We've been there before.
Oh yeah, would have been there. If y'all pull over the wrong car, oh man, hopefully y'all don't pull over the wrong car. Y'all pull over the wrong car where it a night really a night of fire. It's already been we already been through riots with and with the killing down. What's the young boy, young brother killed by the store owner, and then he had to end up committing suicide. And so no, we got enough of this this black and white stuff going back and forth. And to my Caucasian brothers and sisters, I'm gonna give you a lesson. I'm gonna give you a crayon lesson, since anthropology might be over your head. I'm gonna give you a crayon lesson. The only white people on earth, and I'm encouraging my brothers and sisters, do not call Caucasians white. The only white people on earth are albinos. They the only true white people on earth that have no pigment at all. Our Caucasian brothers and sisters, you get tan. The only way to get something out of tan, that means you had to have some brown in you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You have to. So I'm going to the crayon box. You cannot get tan out of white. It's impossible. But you can get tan out of brown. So my Caucasian brothers and sisters, you are our light-skinned brothers and sisters. I don't know why we be fighting. I don't know why, since y'all light-skinned, y'all think y'all better than the dark-skinned brothers and sisters on earth. But if you go out in the sun, you get tan, that means you have some melanin in you. You have some black in you. Don't get mad at me because we're smart over here.
Well, and brother, we need to let the chief make the chief aware that guy that just murdered him, he cannot come in our community.
Period. We should have a citizen review board. I think they got one of those boards. We should be able to determine on who's able to patrol.
We don't want that coward and psychopath in our community.
Without doubt.
He will not get another chance to murder another black male.
And if people have complaints against certain officers, if they get a certain amount of complaints, they need to be moved out of that jurisdiction, because that's showing a pattern of abuse. So I love that. That's a great idea, and they can do that now.
Mm-hmm. And again, brothers, we're not murderers. Okay, okay. There's a difference between murdering and killing. Okay,
so explain that again.
Okay,
but because you say that's part of the 10 Commandments, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now what is it say again? The 10 Commandments.
Well, the 10 Commandments were originally taken from the 42 negative confessions of Mo'at. There was originally 42.
Okay. Where's that at? Where can we find that at?
You can go read Now Valley Contributions to Civilization by Anthony T. Browder. Go study your African ancestry and history out of ancient Kemet that they call Egypt today.
Okay.
Well, Ma'at, which means truth, justice, and righteousness and balance. Okay. We had a moral code. Okay. So all the Kahari Heb, or the high priests, were taught that moral code, and there was 42 of those. They took 10 of them and then created the 10 Commandments. And in the original, it was thou shalt not murder.
Okay.
I have not murdered.
Okay.
Okay. Not thou shalt not kill.
Right.
Thou shalt not murder, because murder is unjustifiable taking of life.
Okay.
Okay. Men will be in a situation where they have to kill. Don't you kill if you had a bunch of roaches in your kitchen when you get up and kill them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's justifiable taking a life.
Right.
Okay. And so I'm letting the men, I'm reminding them.
Okay.
Okay. That's why when I said it to you, it made sense with your nature as a man, doesn't it?
Right. It takes away the guilt. So-called guilt that's been used against us in the scriptures per se.
Somebody can break in your house in the middle of the night and try to take your life. Right. You might have to kill them. Right. Brother William?
Yeah, protect my life.
To preserve your life.
Right.
Okay. You didn't murder that individual. Okay. You might have to kill them.
Yeah, it wasn't out of malice and nothing like that. Out of harm. Yeah. It wasn't intentional. Oh, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. So we need to understand that men kill when they have to, when it's necessary.
Right.
But men, good men, do not murder.
Right.
We do not unjustifiably take life.
Right.
Okay. And this is why we need to check the extremes of the psychopaths who work for that institution that we pay tax dollars to, who don't see us as citizens.
Right.
They don't even in their head, brother, they don't even understand that we pay their salary.
Right.
We actually pay their salary. We're citizens here. Okay. And so what do? They murder us. They take our lives unjustifiably. That young man was murdered and executed for running.
Yeah, he was running.
I mean, they don't even shoot down dogs.
Right. Right. And it had a fence barrier. And he was going to keep running. So it's tough in the city. And then they said, well, we was worried about the people in the bus depot, but they're shooting towards the people in the bus depot. And then also, I didn't even mention this, the police wrongly tackled my nephew, who was a bus driver. He was right there where the shooting was. So he got out to pray, and the police came and tackled him. And so we'll be talking about that pretty soon, because his face all messed up.
I spoke with that young man, and I spoke with his father, and I instructed him to go to the hospital and file a complaint against the police for assault.
Yes, without doubt. So see, I haven't brought that up yet. So you're talking about my family.
You need to bring the brother on the show.
You know what I mean?
We need to make sure that he files assault charges against the police.
Right. Innocent bystander. They tackle him. Man. So we got a lot of stuff to solve over here, y'all. I appreciate you, brother Penn. I appreciate the brother calling in. I appreciate you guys listening. Those that's on social media, we appreciate you guys, your feedback. Man, we've been on since it's 11 o'clock, boy. It was necessary to talk like this today. But before we get out of here, we'll talk about the Democratic Party. I do want to thank, we only got one political ad on the air. And I've reached out to people and Preston Love he's came through. But Don Bacon, he's invested in your vote. Now, I've ran political campaigns. They spend so many dollars per vote in certain areas. And if they're not spending dollars on black media to get your vote, then we also got to question that also.
And also, brother, we have to support the people from our community that are running from office.
Period.
Like Preston Love, the sister Ashley. There's a lot of us, Senator Terrell McKinney. We have some people who are stepping up to the leadership positions, man, and we need to support them.
Yeah, without doubt.
And at the same time, they have to also be receptive to us giving them policies.
Period.
Okay.
Without doubt. There's nothing wrong with feedback. We appreciate all those unsung heroes also. But I want to thank Congressman Bacon for supporting the station. And hopefully those that I reached out to, y'all support the station also.
I like how Don Bacon comes to the community and communicates with us. And he's open. I respect that.
Right out.
Many of them will not come in North Omaha and be receptive to
I haven't seen Ricketts. I haven't seen Sass. I haven't seen none of them. I haven't seen. I think the mayor came several years ago. Maybe I need to invite her back. Maybe make her say no to me. Then I can say some stuff. But no, but he's been very proactive, and he supports the station. And I reached out to the Democratic Party to do the same, and hopefully they'll do the same. But if not, I'm gonna let you guys know. Because you can't come over here and poverty pimp us. Period. At all. So I'm ready to battle, y'all. I'm ready. I'm about to go do me some push-ups. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready, y'all. I'm getting ready. You better get ready, men. You better get ready for anything. Without doubt, you can get ready for anything. I'm getting ready. All right. But I want to thank Don Bacon and who won't vote for president. I do like Donald Trump. Black people mad.
Brother, I'm gonna probably write in Dr. Shiva or Nat Turner.
Nat Turner? Okay, I could do something like that. Maybe I should run for president.
I wouldn't be unscrupulous enough to vote for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has been our enemy her entire career. Kamala Harris was letting police officers off the hook that were murdering us in the street. Kamala Harris created an ad hoc system where she could arrest single Black mothers if their children were perceived to be truant.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Well, when no mother's in jail, they're the first teachers of our children, without a doubt.
I can do a PhD dissertation on her being our enemy.
Wow.
So us considering voting for her is asinine.
Okay.
Okay. She's been our enemy her whole career. Okay. And she can infer to be Black all she wants. She's an Indian. She's from the Brahmin class. Her father was come from the Irish people, slaveholders in Jamaica.
So her father is from Jamaica? He's white?
Her father was part of the Irish stronghold of slaveholders in Jamaica. They had mulattoes.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, the Irish,
right.
Those are her people. Her mother is an Indian, and then she's part of the Brahmin class.
Okay, so the hierarchy of the Indian.
Okay.
Well, yes.
Okay.
Why y'all messing with Janet Jackson is?
Because Janet called her out.
Yeah, why they messing with Janet? Yeah.
Well, the reason they attack, bro. And then here's the thing about it: Kamala never said that she was Black. She allowed the media to infer to us that she's Black. Allowed the media to infer that she's one of us. She never has been one of us. Okay. She's married to a white Jewish man. She's not married to no Black man.
Right.
Okay. Her entire career. Matter of fact, Kamala Harris' brother was sued in California and taken to the California Supreme Court because she was keeping Black and brown people in prison past their release date.
Wow. Wow. You know, Trump just passed a law.
I can go on and on with her.
Wow.
Okay. And Kamala Harris, okay, she has no problem with giving Black men, innocent Black men, death sentences. Okay. There's a brother, they had evidence that he was innocent. Kamala had the evidence. She tried to keep it and cover it up so he can get killed. Okay. So, brother, we have a league of mammies, okay, who play out this false hierarchy, matriarchal system that we adapted from the plantation, where the woman is the leader in the house, the woman is the leader out in society. Okay. And they use them as sock puppets.
Right.
Okay. And they sick them on us.
Now, you don't believe this narrative that Trump can be a dictator. You don't believe that narrative, do you?
How can he be a dictator?
Right.
Brother?
Because the Constitution sets it up to get away from monarchy. But if you listen to the liberals, they say, well, he's gonna take over, he's gonna be a such he's gonna be this. No, Congress control everything.
Well, the issue that the elite have with Trump is he's not a regular politician. He wasn't a politician. So he didn't come in being a sock puppet.
Right.
Okay. Where you just tell them what to do and do it. They have to stroke his ego. Get him to go along with it.
Right.
They're not used to that process.
And that's why I like him. It's because he's not a so-called follower. And majority of people that ask him to do something, he funded their campaigns.
Well, I mean, Black people, he didn't become a racist until their white liberal masters told him so.
Right, because he was all in everybody's music. I mean,
like I was talking to somebody the other day. Don't you see what he said about the Central Park Five? First of all, brother, the Central Park Five, and I'm really shocked at them brothers too. The Central Park Five, those brothers were arrested and falsely prosecuted, and they had evidence that they didn't commit that crime. That was a white Jewish woman who was the DA. She was also a Democrat. And Trump was a Democrat at that time as well. So if we want to politicize it, let's put it in its proper context.
Right.
And why is the Central Park Five not talking about the DA, who was a white Jewish woman who knew they were innocent, and she was a Democrat? They ain't say nothing about her.
They go after Trump all the time.
You telling me Trump is the boogeyman for taking out an ad in the paper? Trump was responding to her racist call.
Right.
She sent out the racist call.
Right.
These young Black men in Central Park did this horrible crime to a
Right.
white woman.
Right.
And she had evidence that they were innocent.
Right.
And she prosecuted them. And she was a Democrat. Okay. And the Democratic Party is also the party of the KKK.
Oh yeah, see, I think that's the reason why I didn't want to invest, because I tell the truth. They're the original party.
And what we have, brother, we have this problem of, we have good people, our people who have good intentions, who are leaders to a degree, who want to get involved politically to help us. They're all being funneled into that liberal plantation, the Democrats.
Right.
And then what they do when they get in there, they end up water carrying all the destructive issues and policies that we don't need.
Yeah.
We don't need to kill our babies.
Yeah,
we don't need no more prisons.
Nope.
Okay. We don't need no more gentrification. Okay.
Right.
We don't need you to skull drag our women and convince them that they're the men and they need to be running the household.
Right.
Okay. There's a lot of things, okay, from the Democrats, they're demons, okay, that I don't attribute or indict our people who are representing their party. Okay. We need to have our own independent party,
right,
where we can use our Preston loves and all our great talent and ability, where they don't have to run on those tickets,
right,
and support those destructive policies. We don't need any of that, brother William.
I agree with you.
They're trying to kill us when we legally armed.
Yeah.
What we don't need to kill our babies. Okay.
Right now,
what is our population north of 40,000?
Yeah.
We need to double that.
Yeah. It need to be tripled. Omaha, the birds are blessed. We are out of here, man. Thank you, brother Penn. Thanks, brother Preston Love. Make sure you guys reach out to his campaign. He needs your support, without a doubt. Boss with us.
Hey, it's Larry Britt, here to tell you about my friend Don Bacon. I was born and raised in North Omaha, 26 and Patrick Avenue. I went to Tech High School. I've lived in Omaha all my life. Over the last 8 years, I've seen firsthand the improvement Don has delivered for North Omaha. Don has secured over $11 million to restore North 24th Street and brought home a $25 million grant to renovate 30th Street. This money is building affordable housing, bringing in businesses, and making our streets safer and cleaner right here in North Omaha. Take a look around. I know you see it too. Don Bacon is bringing home the bacon. So please join me and vote for a good man who keeps his word and delivers for North Omaha. Vote Don Bacon.
I'm Don Bacon. I approve this message. Paid for by Don Bacon for Congress.
Do you live within the Omaha lead site boundary? The City of Omaha will sample and test your home, and if eligible, we will remediate your yard for free. Find out your home sampling and testing status today. Contact 402-731-3045 or omahalead.org.
Omaha Lead is a proud supporter of KOWN 95.7. The Boss. Looking for a new and exciting way to grow your career? North End Teleservices is hiring for full-time roles in customer service, administration, and leadership. Positions include competitive pay, benefits, paid time off, and tuition assistance. At North End Teleservices, our mission is to create jobs and change lives. We invest in our employees and are dedicated to helping them reach their personal and professional goals. Your success is our success. Embark on a new career today by joining our diverse team. Apply at northendteleservices.com. North End Teleservices is a proud supporter of KOWN 95.7, The Boss.
When we could be superstars, we've been rather wrecking cars.
Hey bro, is that Jambo?
What is that stage for us? Kicking up corners. Yeah, we could be superstars, but I'm pretty sure our time is up. And so we found off the spinning tops.
Say you might be your killer, nobody gonna play with you when I'm with you. Go against ending like
This glitter, skeet all dirt on bitches. I put it in for you, I spin for you. Whatever you with, I'm with it. How you gon' coast it? Rockin' with you, I got you lit in the city. I been multitasking, rapping and being a daddy to my little children. I been spending on business and spending and spending and spending until I'm dizzy. I do all the smack, you never step or help with none of you killing. You doing a lot of capping, watch when I catch, I'ma whack you in front of witness. My you tripping, we could have been superstars. Remember when we were jacking cars? Now it's not safe for you. You switch like a little. My you tripping. We could have been superstars. Can't help it now, I'm reminiscing. Remember we were jacking cars. Now you better keep your distance, cause it's not safe for you.